7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt wants to take nothing but phone calls today. 4 hours of phone calls, Doug. We're going to go back to 1985.
Okay.
And Augie Busch said it was a heck of a year.
All right. Well, the phone call method worked back then. Let's give it a shot today, see what we can do with it.
See, the newspaper can't just say, open phone lines on a Tuesday. They got to print something. We can open the phone lines and reflect what the community is talking about, Doug.
And do next to nothing.
No, that's not what I said. This is a powerful tool, and we're allowing the audience the chance to share their message with us.
We're welcoming them into our world.
Thank you.
Sean Sticky Sock gets things going in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Let me give the numbers out. 314-399-9646. Great news for those of you who do not have a text name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Next week is the first week of the month, and that means Jackson is contractually obligated to update the names in the text inbox if you don't have a name. Now, you won't change the names if you have a name, but you will give people...
If you ask nicely, I probably would.
I think you have to have a policy and stick to it. We're not in the feelings business.
You might not be.
I have never been in the feelings business.
But that's where I live. I live in the feelings.
Have fun with that. Talk to me in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm carving a path, baby.
And what's that path?
A path of feeling.
Path of feeling. Was that a Boston album?
I think it was. Amanda was on that, right?
Maybe. More than a feeling?
More than a feeling?
Oh, Jackson's kind of evolving in front of our eyes. And then eventually you'll just become really bitter.
Is that the natural progression?
That's the industry.
Is that just the progression?
Maybe you could become a ball rider along the way. That would sort of help. That was always the...
Some personal news.
That was always sort of the tell. Hey, who's a really grouchy guy in the press box? You're all excited because you got a credential hanging around your neck. And, a free hot dog. And you're like, this is the greatest thing in the world. And you sit down with your little notepad, and everybody in there is just bitching.
That's the road you're actually on. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in, and then you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That number is 314-974-0101, and be a friend of the show. We have the Stiefel dossier. Jackson Burkett has it for you. Jackson, what does this program have prepared for our friends in the audience?
Well, we'll be talking about the world of sport, both locally, nationally, and possibly internationally.
Internationally.
Possible with Dalivor Dvorsky being called up,
Do we have anything when you say we're talking about the world of sport?
Nice read, Doug.
What was the question?
Does that mean we have anything at all when we just say we're going to be talking about the world of sport?
Sell your stock in the dossier today, Martin.
Okay.
No, buy stock right now.
Oh, wow.
Now's the time to buy the stock.
Because things are low. Expectations are low.
Expectations are low, yes. And that's the time to buy. John Kelly will be joining us talking Blues hockey.
Oh, that's nice.
And then, just kind of mixing it up in there.
That'll be different today. We're just going to kind of mix it up. Are we going to chop it up or mix it up?
I think there'll be a nice mix.
Okay.
If you would like to chop it up, I'm always down. I love to chop it up. And if you want to mix it up, or if a caller wants to mix it up.
Chop it up Tuesday?
Yeah. Chop it up.
Today is a kind of a chop up day, because it's the Tuesday before opening day. Calm before the storm. Calm before the storm. As we prepare ourselves for 162 delightful baseball games.
There you go.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for
anymore.
the daily dialogue. Even if they're not world beaters, Doug, let's talk about it every day. Let's break it down.
It's a nice soap opera, live entertainment. You never know what's going to happen.
Guess what? The Athletic has come out with their MLB predictions, and they are expecting the Cardinals, a Cardinal representative, member of the organization, to lead the league in a category. Doug, would you like to fire a bet at the pot on what that is? This is from The Athletic this morning, just posted. I mean, this is hot off the presses.
My first thought was Victor Scott in stolen bases, but Ellie De La Cruz will probably beat him out there. So I got to come up with another category that a Cardinal player is going to lead the National League in.
No.
What?
A member of the organization.
A member of the organization is going to lead the league in a category.
Ollie, ejections.
Yes!
Oh.
That was really good. That was really confident. Did I give off a tell?
Well, I couldn't think of too many. Too many other options.
Yeah, I had to correct Doug when he said player. There you go, Martin.
Non-player.
They got the Cardinals. Ali Marmol getting ejected on opening day, and then goes on to lead Major League Baseball with ejections.
That's not a bad play. He's a little fiery.
Bobby Cox is the all-time leader in that category.
I thought Earl Weaver was because he was a bandit little rooster, and they had Earl Weaver baseball. That come out in '88 because I think I was playing it at John Bernstein's house.
Earl Weaver had a baseball video game?
Yes, he did. And the highlight of the baseball game, because it was done in, I think, 16 pixels, was when there was a questionable call, a little Earl Weaver would go running on the field and argue. And boy, that delighted us in sixth grade at St. Gabriel's.
And what system was this on? Atari? Sega Genesis?
I feel like he had a computer, but at that time we were probably playing the Nintendo.
Got it.
Sabrina Carpenter?
Yeah, NES, right? Is that what they called it? Yeah, okay.
I mean, we didn't call it NES then, but we just called it
Nintendo.
Nintendo,
right. It's just
because that was folksy, and I, of course, was meat and potatoes even back then.
It's just odd to me that like if every possible option to kind of center your baseball game around they chose Earl Weaver,
the retired manager of the Orioles.
Like, wouldn't it be weird if they were like if it was like right now and it'd be like Terry Francona's baseball? Like, wouldn't that be odd? Like, who would buy that?
Yeah. Bruce Bochy's baseball.
Skipper had a video game.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. Tony La Russa baseball.
Yeah. You think the game just let out? Is there? I don't want to put KG on the spot, but is there random audio of a Tony La Russa video baseball game?
I could probably find something maybe on YouTube.
It absolutely. Now they couldn't use the A's logo, so it was just him in a green and yellow hat.
Like
his green and yellow
hat. That was generic.
Also, Bobby Cox ejected a full season's worth of games, 162 games.
Yeah, is that right?
In his career.
Well, that's what we can look forward to is the 8 ejections the Athletic is projecting for Ali Marmol, Doug. So 1 out of every 20 games or so, we'll see an ejection.
Well, it's not a bad thing. He fights for his players.
I feared you were going to say Contreras in errors. I thought it was going to be something really negative.
Well, I mean, they don't have that one in there. Okay. The number one prediction is the Blue Jays and Guerrero agreed to a 15-year, $577 million contract on the eve of opening day. So we'll be able to find out if they hit on that one directly. But then the second one is Ali Marmol leading Major League Baseball with 8 ejections, edging out Aaron Boone, who gets the heave-ho 7 times.
And it's harder to get tossed out because of the replays. I miss the arguments that used to take place. Bring it back.
Too. Yeah. It is nice that they get the right call on key plays, though. I'll give them that. But the downside is you don't get to see the managers out there like Lou Piniella covering up home base with the dirt.
Thank you for calling it the proper name. Guys, I would like to place a bet. Nolan Gorman will lead the league in strikeouts. That's from Beer Cats.
I don't think he's going to get the bat enough to do that.
So you're not doubting that it could happen. You're saying he won't have the opportunity.
That's right.
Okay.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
If he's striking out enough to where he might be among the league leaders, then he's going to spend too much time on the bench to actually lead the league when it's all said and done.
Doug, did you see the opening day lineup? They rolled it out in Memphis, and Ali said more or less expect this on Thursday. Tim, are you okay with this lineup?
I mean, for 2025, I guess this is what it is.
I would like to go back to the rankings yesterday that said they were, the 27th best lineup?
Yes. There were 3 teams worse. White Sox, Marlins, and Pirates or Angels, I feel like.
So we were arguing about Wynn leading off versus Scott leading off. Doug, guess what? Neither is the answer.
Well, yeah, I'll give Ollie credit for that. Wynn hasn't hit a lick all spring. He had him in the 9th spot last night, right?
Yeah, and Vic Scott hitting triple leadoff, hitting 8th.
I guess maybe you get a couple table setters there when the lineup turns over.
Nootbaar, Contreras, Donovan, Arenado. Then you had the left-right combo of Burleson, Herrera, Walker, Scott, Wynn. Doug, there's your potential opening day lineup for Thursday at Busch Stadium.
All right. I'd like someone with a little more punch than Donovan in the number 3 spot.
Whoa.
But I don't think they have anyone else.
Nice squad. They barely beat a minor league team. The Cardinals did beat Memphis last night 3-2.
Took their measure.
Showed them.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know who else you'd put third. I guess you could lead off ultimately with Wynn or Scott and bump everybody down a spot maybe. It's okay.
Cardinals,
they make lineups different than they did, a generation ago. They used to have the 2 most likely to get on base guys, whether they had any pop at all, hitting 1 or 2.
That was Vince Coleman, Ozzie Smith.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it was done.
And
now
was Willie McGee hitting 3rd, Jack Clark 4. I feel like Tommy Herr had to be in there somewhere.
he was 2nd, I
Yeah,
thought.
okay. Yeah, there you go. And maybe Ozzie Smith was hitting 8th because the pitcher would hit 9th.
Probably.
Thursday's forecast, according to weather.com, which is more accurate usually than the phone. 68 degrees for your high, mostly cloudy, winds out of the south, 11 miles an hour, low 57 degrees. I think that's pretty damn good.
That's not bad for this time of year.
Yeah, we'll be down there. 101 ESPN will be down there, broadcasting live from inside Ballpark Village this Thursday for opening day. Cardinal home opener finally here. And 101 ESPN will be set up just steps away from the stadium. TMA will get things underway 7 a.m. live from Thursday from Ballpark Village. BK and Ferrari will be following as well. The opening day broadcast presented by General Pest Services, Rawlings, and Budweiser. So come on down and see this show live and in person. I will not be signing, though.
Oh, come on.
I will not be signing.
Not even after the show?
My agent said not to. So again, that's meat and potatoes.
Okay, pictures, pics.
I got to have a step stool.
Okay,
So
But they can't be pictured, right? Like they have to frame it so that you can't really see.
that's correct.
and the person should bring the step stool, right? Because you don't want to have to hold on to that all
Can't.
day.
I went to St. Louis U High. I don't have to carry
Right.
things.
So if you want a picture with him, you must bring a step stool that he can stand on.
So your kid needs to bring a glove to the game.
Right.
Dad brings a step stool just in case Timmy's there. Just in case.
If you're going solo to a baseball game, no kid, how old is too old to bring a glove?
You just hit home with a lot of listeners.
Depends on where you're sitting. If you're sitting down low or in foul ball territory, I think it's okay.
If you're driving
30,
to the game, no
I think
glove.
so. Who cares?
What
What do you
if
care
I'm-
what other people think?
What if I'm in 400 with some fats?
Then you look kind of silly. You look kind of silly if you're upper deck, far left field stands with a glove. You look kind of silly.
What if I want to go play pepper with some of the players before the
Pepper,
game?
no, you like that? Yeah,
No Pepper game.
Jackson down there playing Pepper.
You look like that Pepper. What's the guy's name? Barry Pepper?
Barry Pepper, yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of, did we ever resolve the Bachelor baseball? Did he get a date? You
Oh,
guys
that's
were
right.
trying to be a conduit. The guy who
gentleman
called
left a
in.
voicemail.
Yeah.
No updates?
No updates as of now. I guess
Do you
we're
have
st-
that voicemail? You know,
Yeah,
the
give me a
7
moment.
o'clock hour listeners, Doug, are different than the 10 o'clock hour listeners. And listen, there are people who listen throughout the day, and we're very grateful for it. But oftentimes people, Martin, this is what I heard from a program director back in the aughts. Listeners cycle on, they cycle off based on commuting schedules. Now in 2025, people podcast. But this was audio that we played, I believe, last Wednesday, in which a gentleman was offering great seats for the home opener. The exchange, however, was you had to be an attractive lady in between, specifically the ages of 46 and 59.
Yeah.
And then he would take it to the old ball yard. Take a listen here.
Hello, Keith. My name is from over here on the east side. I had an idea. Maybe you guys can run with it, maybe not. I've got 2 tickets to opening day Cardinal baseball a week from today. They're really good seats, right on the first baseline. Got a good view of the Clydesdales coming out of the gate, all the way around the track, back into the gate. So I would like to take 1 ticket, and I'm looking for a beautiful single woman to take the other one, somewhere in the age range of 46 to 59. Call it the Bachelor baseball game or whatever. I just figured maybe you guys could do something with it, get it out on the air for the contest in the morning, see if there's some eligible bachelorette out there, and maybe make a connection. So if you got any thoughts or ideas on that, please give me a call.
All right.
Okay.
That was left, for whatever reason, on our director of sales, Keith Krause's voicemail, but it was passed along to Mike Ryder, executive producer of 101 ESPN. Jackson immediately got it on the air to offer the service. And Jackson, what is the update on Bachelor baseball?
So that's the thing is like we're still taking applications.
Oh, we are.
We just want to find this guy the right person. You know, it's not first come, first serve. It's, you know, right person, right time.
So we've had no applicants.
That's not true.
Okay.
Have we had any female applicants? That question, you know, that's certainly one to ponder. But again, you know, we have 2 days until first pitch. So
I'm honestly surprised that we have not had somebody call in and say, my sister, my neighbor. I honestly
You're
thought.
surprised?
Yeah. I thought somebody would have.
Blind dating in 2025 seems really antiquated.
They got 40,000.
Jackson's age shaming again.
Well, I mean, come on. Like, what is
Do
technology?
your peers, Jackson just turning 27 here this month, do your peers go on blind dates?
Like a true blind date where they have no idea what the person
Like a
looks
glory hole.
Well, you know, I'm not gonna judge what my friends do.
We don't kink shame on this show, and it's something that we've been proud of for 21 years.
What someone does from the hours of 4 to 4:45 in the morning at a rest stop is none of my business.
Really specific. Really.
I had a few blind dates in college. It was a real roll of the dice.
That's kind of what I'm saying. So, like a true blind date where you don't know what the person looks like, that would be like you'd have to be jumping through hoops almost to not see what the other person looks like.
Yeah.
How hard is it to take a selfie, you know?
Arbor Day won the Texture of the Year, Doug, as you know, in 2023 and 2024. He's trying to do it again in 2025. I think he's the leader as we come to the end of the first quarter. And he says, if we get this guy a date to the game, won't his gaming council be lonely? That's from Arbor Day. Jackson, do you feel like?
I don't think that guy games.
I agree with you. I don't think so either.
I don't think he games.
I think he's just an excited guy about a baseball season with seats where you can see the Clydesdales.
Yeah. I bet he plays washers.
I'm rooting for this guy. Could somebody 46 to 59 is the cutoff.
Right.
If your sister or your wife is 60, I'm sorry, too old. 45, too young.
Would that be weird if someone offered their wife to go to the game with this
Well,
gentleman?
this show, it's certainly known to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Friendly
Probably
listeners.
some who wouldn't care if their wife went.
Yeah.
I would love to talk to this fella. If somebody listening knows who that is, and I'm
They
not
recognize the voice?
doxing, I would just love for him on his own accord to call in and further explain the plan.
Yeah, we know he's not afraid to call. He left a voicemail on the director of sales.
This guy can have my wife and maybe my sister if he's really nice. That's from the Warren County Wizard.
Okay.
How about that?
All right.
But he only has one ticket.
That's true. Yeah.
But it would be a pretty big leap of faith for some woman to go down to Busch Stadium on her own, park, and just meet some random guy at a seat.
It's a big old venue
Yeah, you
with
got
a lot of people.
38,000 your closest friends.
I don't know. If I were a lady and I had a chance to go out with a TMA listener,
That's right. See the Clydesdales.
I don't know.
jeez, Doug.
Yeah, what more do you want?
Well, I'm pulling for him. I'm just saying, from the woman's point of view, there is some risk there.
Yeah. All right. Well, the backup plan. If we cannot fill out the requirements, how about Cal May just goes and they just hang and have a nice,
what a
guy
delight.
date.
nice day at the ball yard.
Yeah, I think that's a great option B. Might even be better than option A.
Guys, I did talk to my wife, but she is busy with her boyfriend Thursday. That's from the total package,
yeah.
so she will not be available. It seems like
So
the
that's
listeners are
out.
trying to help.
Yeah. They're trying to farm out their wives. Please go with this gentleman you don't know.
Probably a tough combo.
You think that's a tough conversation to have at 7:15 in the morning on a Tuesday?
Yeah, hey, you're going to opening day, not with me, and not with someone I even know, a guy who called into a radio station. Yeah.
Now, what happens if he were to supply us with a picture and it just turns out that he's a dashing James Bond type?
How about that?
Right.
Then do you think we'd get some offers?
Like a smooth dog?
A smooth dog.
Yeah, I think we would. I mean,
Probably would.
probably. Again, like the...
But if it's a complete unknown, almost nobody's going to go for that.
Is this a telepersonal? Is this like a classified ad? Again, I feel like
Missed connection.
this is, again, kind of antiquated, you know?
Yeah.
When Marlins man goes to games, he takes people with him, but you have to go individually. That's one of the requirements. And there are St. Louis fans. I've had Marlins man on the show more times than I care to admit. But one of his things is he will buy the tickets and entertain people at the game. And he's done this at Cardinal games. But individuals, he wants people to go and become friends. That's his thing. And so he'll take 10 random people. Maybe we should get Marlins man to fly in and go to the game with our Bachelor baseball guy. Or not.
Well, it's not a bad plan.
Doug Marlin's.
Have we kept in touch with this guy? Maybe he's already found a date.
Keep in touch.
Guys, I'll bet this guy eats exclusively at Casey's gas stations. That's from Alan Dadeville, so it sounds like he knows him.
Little breakfast pie.
That's only on the east side, right?
Casey's,
No,
yeah.
when I was
Have they
having
got it
my
in Missouri?
wonderful drive to and fro Wichita in a matter of 24 hours, I stopped at a Casey's. I believe I was looking at my credit card statement this morning.
I think they're every
Casey's.
15 miles.
I hit a Casey's somewhere in mid-Missouri, if memory serves.
Pizza's not bad.
Well, let's call the fellow off air. We have his number and just say, would you like to come on the show? I think it's time for action. We're 2 days out.
Yeah. Jackson, do we have room in the dossier? Because you said we're going to have international sports stories.
I could try clearing out some space here. It's
Boy,
like
7-2 looks kind of open. 7-3 looks kind of open. Let's see.
it's like
8-2.
it's like
8-9-1.
in your garage, you want to park a second car. Sometimes it probably doesn't fit, so you clear some room out. And
I thought you had a thing about having open space in the dossier.
That's right, and so that's why clearing out space will be needed. But I can see what I can do. I can try to call this gentleman and see if he wants to come on.
All right, Doug. Things are happening once again. We're getting things done on this program.
That's who we are. It's what we do.
That's who we've always been. You can get involved. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can also text in 314-399-9646. And of course, we have the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, and that's at youtube.com/TMASTL, and 144 Friends of the Feather are in there talking it over. John Scores is talking to the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer, and then Bill's Holes is in there too, and he's talking to NBL, and he says clear out the 5 interviews that are probably set up. Jackson, you set up 5 interviews.
Kick rocks. We have John Kelly on.
Kick Rocks feels very like Crispin Glover in Back to the Future.
Kick rocks.
Kick Rocks.
Brown and Croupen's the presenting sponsor of the program. They're local. They're the ones who have been around since 1979 and supporting our community. How many law firms can say that? And don't you want a local law firm if you're going to be in need of personal injury attorneys, somebody who knows the local law environment? Well, they offer superior legal services and they value client services as well. They are online at brownandcrouppen.com. They're a part of our community, and you can give them a call at 314-222-2222, 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA, the presenting sponsor of the morning after. It's Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. All right, Jackson is going to get this gentleman on the line. Now, I just picked up a read right there. There's a facial expression and a tilt of the head that was counterclockwise. That there tells me he's vulnerable. I'm probably going to check raise him on the turn, to be honest with you. I've got 7 high. I've got nothing. But I feel like I can take the pot down with a check raise on the turn. That's my read, Jackson.
I feel like I would get eaten alive in the poker room.
You give off a lot of tells involuntarily?
Yeah, well, I get a good hand, and I don't know. I'd really try to lean into it. Like, I don't know, fellas. I got no paint.
So you'd start doing a monologue when you get your cards.
I'll just try to keep them off guard.
Get a great card. You go, yes!
Yeah. A lot of paint on the board, guys. I'll try to call this guy. My first, when he answers, do I say, hey, this is Jackson from 101. You still looking to go to a baseball? Okay, all right.
Sure.
I'll figure it out.
I don't think there's a whole lot of thinking here. Yeah. It's just, hey, you called in last week. We had kind of fun with it. I don't know if you've heard any banter on your end, but we would love to get an update if we found you a date.
All right. I can say
and any wiggle room on the 46 to 59.
Right.
Because that might help.
Right. Can we get 5 years on
And
each side?
the whole female thing, if there's any wiggle room.
Yeah, if there's room on that, we really are going to give him a lot of options.
Yeah, probably on the older side, I'm guessing he's going to need to.
So give him 10 on the 10 on the back end and 3 on the front end.
Okay, whatever. That's fine.
I'm trying to be equal here, man.
Okay.
Timmy, will you be able to have any ultras on Thursday? I got you a 6er. That's from the plumber, Doug. He got me a 6-pack of Michelob Ultra. Just sitting down there at the old ball yard and having a little taste.
Okay, and is he going to bring a step stool also? Because he's probably going to want a picture with this beer.
Yeah, if you could bring the step stool, we can get the picture, but I will have a libation with you. Yeah, planning on hanging out down there at Ballpark Village on Thursday. Looks like it might be a pony. Might be a pony, Jackson. Sundresses?
Maybe for Cardinal opening day. That's what usually gets the people going, and weather seems pretty optimal. I don't know where the young folks are on the opening day, if that's a thing where they take off work for sure, or if it's get them next time.
I don't know.
Get him next. Is that like a whole year
kind of
later,
this
or
whole
like the next
season.
homestand?
We'll get him next time. That's the campaign slogan.
I think it is. Yeah.
I just, like, opening day isn't a busman special, right? It's like a thing unto itself.
Busman special is separate from opening day. I would
Okay.
agree with that.
Okay.
Even though theoretically it is a busman special by the time in a weekday, I think this is a one-off.
Yeah.
The busman special happens about 10 times throughout the course of the year, and of course it's a hotbed of infidelity.
Right. So that's what I was going to say is that a busman special, anything is on the table. And I mean anything.
Well, I don't know.
But
I think
opening
you're
day
exaggerating.
has like a little bit of, it's a little sacred. It's like parents' weekend tailgate, you know? You're probably not going to be your most debaucherous, but, you know, you're still going to get after it.
I see what you're saying.
But like on a random busman special type tailgate,
It's on.
it's it's SEMO in September, and it's time to
SEMO,
find a
Southeast Missouri
friend.
State.
SEMO in September.
Well, I'm talking like Mizzou tailgates. Like there's like when it's homecoming or parents' weekend, you're gonna button it up a little bit. But when it's SEMO in September, you're gonna get greasy.
I like that. You're going to get greasy. Jackson, here's a question for you. I know you are taking questions. Doug,
Indeed.
however, is not available
No,
to.
I'm not.
Is Jackson going to grind on some 55-year-old divorcee at opening day like he did a few years ago? That's from the
What do you-
Hunchback of One Castle.
I've never ground
Grinded?
I've never grinded on anybody older than 40 at opening day.
He had a very clear number in mind.
Under 40.
There were some hazy ones in the Mike Schilt era. So
Some hazy ones.
Okay.
I don't know. But certainly of recent, since I've been at Hubbard at least, I try
Your best behavior, no.
I have a reputation to uphold.
Yes, he does, Doug. Yes, he does.
I just don't see any of that kind of behavior when I go to Cardinal games. I just don't. I miss
Where
it all.
would you
I
see
guess.
it? Like in the concourse?
I don't know. You guys talk like an afternoon game means it's just an infidelity festival. I never see any of this
Well,
stuff.
they're not. They don't have like a name tag that says "Hello, I'm cheating on my wife."
I just see people watching a game and lined up for helmet notches.
It's like invisible ink. You gotta squeeze the lemon on there and see what's going
Really?
on. Yeah,
Okay. I'm naive to it all.
100%.
All right, so Jackson's going to reach out to the gentleman from Bachelor Baseball
I have the
for opening
raw
day.
voicemail where he lists his phone number, and I'm going to give him a call on the break.
All right. So, Doug, we got that Stiefel dossier has just been
Can we
filled.
record you calling him?
Someone can take a video.
What's
of me
going on,
calling.
Chairman? Chairman Kurt just had a big reaction.
Well, I don't align with Martin. I'm in the alliance with you. But I was thinking the exact same thing at the same time of recording Jackson in this interaction.
That is, I believe, against FCC regulations without the permission of the participant.
What if it's Dave Duncan? Then it's okay. That's different.
Okay. I don't understand the reference.
That's okay.
It goes back a ways.
Okay. I'll just assume it was funny.
Thanks. That's part of the alliance, Tim.
Well, if you make a reference like that, yeah, I
Part
think
of the
it's probably pretty
alliance.
funny. I just don't get it.
Now there's a kind of a separate alliance with KG and I.
What? You cheating on me,
Well,
bro?
no, just in this moment.
A
Don't-
brief
It's kind of
alliance.
a détente.
No,
Yeah,
do
there
not
you go.
speak for me, Martin.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
It's
The
over.
alliance is over. This is TMH presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
are going tra-la, tra-la. Look out on the mares, tra-la, tra-la. The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. The Cubbies are saying the flags in the bag. The Cardinals are winning, it's too soon to brag. But when it's all over and October's here, Alberta's will win it, 'cause this is our year. Look out, because we're swinging our clubs. You wear your best, don't make any bets. We're drinking a beer, 'cause this is the year. The Cardinals are coming, tra-la-la-la-la-la.
Power flute.
About when Holly would hang out. Right about here.
It's the morning after, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Chairman Kurt is taking your calls at 314-974-0101. You're also welcome to text into the show, 314-399-9646, and email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope not happy with the voting. I feel like that's my responsibility. I apologized to him both via email last week, Doug, and on the air yesterday, but he was not able to win, and he is still being shut out in the month of March. You can compete with the greats. Only a handful of days left in the month of March. JV golf coach with 6 wins, and he is in a position to clinch the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month with a win today. So that is fun. That is fun to see somebody play so well.
And he's probably busy, too, coaching the JV golf team.
Yeah, this is the season.
When I met him, he actually is a JV golf coach.
Very good. Really knows how to teach his players right to left ball flight.
Oh, I don't know about that. I thought it was just a made-up name. But he really is a junior varsity coach at a high school.
If he becomes varsity, does he change his name, his moniker?
He'd absolutely have to.
Okay.
Varsity golf coach.
That's not as catchy.
It isn't as catchy, Martin. You're exactly right. During the commercial break, Jackson Burkett reached out to our Bachelor baseball listener. And Jackson, he did not pick up.
No, he did not.
Jackson then told the gentleman to give a call back. And Jackson did not leave a phone number on the voicemail.
I immediately looked at Tim. Tim looked at me, and I thought, well, that was odd. He just said, call back. Thanks, and hung up.
Now, Jackson Martin, of course, 27 years old, strapping. But for the Tykes go, well, why would we leave a number? Because you just look at your phone and you see who the missed call is. And I agree with you. I subscribe to that as well. However, we're operating the premise this gentleman might be a little older, and I don't know if in that range. Jackson's totally blacked out right now. He was in one of those things.
I was listening.
Snap out of
I was
it.
listening.
Did you do that key bump of Adderall this morning?
No, I did.
Where'd you go?
Where
were you? Where'd you go?
Narnia, man. Continue.
Narnia, man.
Well, if he hit immediately like call back, would it go to the front desk? That's what I don't know.
No, it would go right to here. So here's I'll take it a step further. I'm anti-voicemail. I think voicemails in the year of 2025 are silly.
Why? That's how you know whether the call was a scam or not.
If I see
scams and flams.
If I see a call from a friend and it says missed call, I will just call them back.
If it's a friend, but if it's a number you don't recognize,
then I wouldn't answer it.
Maybe that's what this guy did.
See, I subscribe to Jackson on this one, too.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
If I don't recognize the number, it doesn't matter who it is. It could be Ella Reese. I'm not picking up.
I don't pick it up
What
either.
if it's Ella Reese?
But if they left a message and it turns out it's someone that I do know, then I know I got to call them back.
Well,
He did ask you a question. You didn't answer, and I noticed that.
What was the question?
What if it's Ella Reese?
I don't know her number.
Don't lie.
If it's from the San Fernando
If she
Valley,
left
answer.
a message,
That's exactly right.
if she left a message that I needed to get back to her, I would certainly try to do that.
Right. Here's my thing. If someone wanted to they would just send a text, hey, call me when you get a chance. This is so-and-so. The voicemail, and now I have 27 unlistened to voicemails that I'll never end up listening to.
No, but if it's an unknown number, and then the voicemail says, hey, Jackson, this is your long-lost aunt. I've been meaning to send you some money. Now you go, oh, that's the voicemail I needed here. If she doesn't leave a voicemail, that's just a random number. You have no idea who called.
That's fair.
There's value in the voicemail. What Doug and I, as part of the Old Alliance experience, often, I'm guessing, you leave the voicemail to a family member or otherwise, great detail. And then they call right back, yeah, what's up? Well, I left you a voice.
Yeah, and I don't like that. I don't like to have to study something before I call. I'll just find out when I call.
It's a heads up.
Well, I need that. Like, if you have a lot of details in there, I'll just call you and ask you the details.
I'm recalling. It was about a year ago. Joe Buck asked me to do this police breakfast, and he was going to be out of town. And I missed his call because I said, how does it work? What's the rundown? And I looked down. He had called a half hour earlier, and I called him back. I said, hey, what's up? And he goes, I just left you like a 5-minute voicemail. He goes, all right, fine, here we go. And retells all the information. And I'm like, that's the worst. You kids out there, if you get the voicemail, listen to it.
Right.
You don't have to leave a voicemail.
So did you leave a second voicemail for the gentleman with the phone number?
Didn't have the time. I'll do it in the next break. I didn't have the time.
Tim said it's turning into a Swingers remake.
Maybe Kurt should do it this time. He's
John
got the
Favreau. Yeah, Chairman Kurt, would you be comfortable with Bachelor Baseball?
He says bring it on.
He says don't sing it, just bring it. So Chairman Kurt will reach out, and we'll see if we can make this love connection here for Cardinal opening day. And we'll be broadcasting, as will BK and Ferrario, from inside Ballpark Village this Thursday for opening day. And it's presented to you by General Pest Services, Rawlings, and Budweiser. We'll be there starting at 7 a.m. in downtown St. Louis. The forecast looks pretty glorious. Highs in the upper 60s for the Cardinals' shocking campaign for their 12th World Championship in 2025. Ah, yes, decades from now, fans will remember the Youngry Birds, Doug.
Could happen. There's nothing to say that this club can't get hot.
Nice.
Except the roster, I guess. That would be the main thing.
You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
We don't have Jose Buto today, do we?
It's
he
not
couldn't
available.
come on. Darn it.
Available. How about this prediction? This is a separate column in The Athletic with a different guy doing his 10 bold predictions for the 2025 season. And he's got this one. This will have Cardinal fans buzzing.
Okay.
Nolan Arenado gets back on the Hall of Fame track with a 30-home run season. How about that? Even Matt Holliday didn't really sound like he was thinking that. He said he probably needs to go to a different ballpark. It wasn't a great offseason for Nolan Arenado. All that talk about where he'd be playing this coming season was probably exhausting enough just to see the trade talks fall apart while he was trying to get ready for spring training. But throughout it all, Arenado has seemingly been plugging away at getting back to being himself. And one way he's shown some promise is how hard he's been swinging. Here are the top 10 players who have at least 150 tracked pitches this spring and have added the most bat speed, and Nolan Arenado is 5th in the game.
That's nice.
So 30 home runs for Nolan Arenado.
There were some who thought that perhaps he was a bit injured last year, that he might have been shaken up somewhere along the line, and that's why he didn't make some of the plays at third that he normally made. I don't know if that's true or not, but if he was banged up a little bit, it could definitely have affected his bat speed. And if he's feeling better now, healthier, stronger, there's no reason why he can't turn the clock back. Again, he's only going to be 34 this year. He's not 40, so he should have another couple good years left in him.
We have our TMA Fantasy Baseball draft in less than 12 hours. The Southside Seamen, the New York Yankees, Alabama Crimson Tide, of fantasy sports, of course, in there. We're favored to win again.
I don't know.
But Doug's club, the Prime Ministers, they're always a force. And since you're so high on Arenado, will you pick him in the first round?
First round, no. But I would be happy to have him in the mid-rounds, I think.
He's averaging going about 170th.
170th, so depending on the size of your league, that's probably, what, 5th, 6th rounder?
No.
Maybe 7th or 8th?
How many picks per
Jesus.
Jackson's not happy with the math.
It was the drop I had open.
I liked it.
Well, we got, what, 16 teams?
I think most leagues probably have about 12.
But we got 16, right?
That's right.
Okay. I'm not going to sit here and do the math. I would think he'd
Feels
go
a
about
little
the
bit
middle of the
later,
draft.
is what Tim's saying. Later in the round.
Vivian?
I do think the Matt Holliday take on the stadium was interesting, especially with Arenado's, he said, his power to the gaps and at Busch Stadium. Those are deep parts of the park. It doesn't play well for his swing. And he said even when Nolan hits home runs, they're more line drive-esque.
Yeah. That's why Houston would have seemed to have been a great spot for him. Because he probably would have hit 30 there with that short left field.
Yeah, that is the shortest porch going. My God, that thing drives me up the wall. Hey, Tim and Jackson, you asshat. What if I was a new potential show sponsor for the show trying to get in touch with you and you didn't listen to my voicemail? That's from Bob on the east side.
You didn't listen to my voicemail. Again, my contention is you could send a text. Hey, Jackson, this is so-and-so. Give me a call when you get a chance.
Well, if we didn't have voicemail, we wouldn't have Bachelor Baseball. There.
No, I get
Even
it.
though scissor me timbers. Martin, you're so wrong on this.
No,
It's just in the
you're
day-
already on the phone when you call him. Why hang up the phone and then dial his number again to text? Just leave a short message.
Okay. I'm just telling you where
You're not going to do it, are you?
And then you open up the voicemail and it's playing on 0 decibels. You have to hit a certain button to get it to actually play for you.
You want to join me in KG?
There's an AI transcript that means that is nothing like the voicemail. It's the worst generated AI. The description at the bottom is not even close.
Marsha.
Yeah, it's not even close.
It's your Aunt Billy, and you listen back to it. It's like, Martin, it's Steve.
Yeah, it's not even close. A text is concrete. It's easy.
Okay, just
Whatever.
takes
Also,
longer.
a show sponsor has never called me first to then get in touch with the show. That's never happened ever.
Just
So
hit me back.
yeah, that's never ever happened.
Hey, our commissioner for the Fantasy Baseball League, Doug, his name's Producer Joe. He was a guest for Jackson's birthday.
Only to promote the Easy Pass. Don't forget to grab yours for the entire season.
And he's never happy with your lack of email response or action.
Oh, well,
And
I get so many.
He texted me to say, please remind Doug that I sent a message this morning to make league safe payment.
Oh, yeah, I haven't paid yet.
Doug deserves to be come down upon as well.
Oh, okay, come on, Joe.
He didn't sound mad. He just sounded like matter of fact.
Yeah, this guy runs a hell of a league. You know, he's the Adam Silver of fantasy sports.
I'm just so overwhelmed with emails that I just can't. It's almost like I've given up.
So you're pro voicemail, but you're anti email.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Jackson, what do you make of that?
If it's super important, text me because I'll see the text.
Oh, that's
usually.
you say no further questions. And then
Yeah, no further questions, Your Honor.
But he didn't send me. Had he sent me a voicemail, I would have heard that too.
Also,
But
your email-
just another email out of the 700 I'm going to get today can get lost.
Your email account is so cursed. Like, you got to scrap that and start over.
There's too many of them.
Too many what?
Email accounts.
I
Why
know.
do you have so many email
I
accounts?
type in Doug and
It's
I have
burner season.
I've got
5
one
different
at home.
options.
I've got one for the radio station that started at
It's a situation
1380.
where-
And then I've got one for the Hubbard email. And I've got, that's at least, that's
I'm
three.
telling you, you're not lying. I've sent Doug for the almost 5 years I've worked on the program. I've sent him an email every single morning with live reads or whatever it might be. And I swear I've sent it to 4 or 5 different email accounts in that 4
We have
year
them just
span.
at Hubbard. We have one that's TMA.com and one that's
Those are the
HubbardHBI.com. And no, they don't come up the same.
The Billikens asked, I don't know if you guys got the email, I don't know if an email was sent yesterday, contacted me about playing in their golf tournament. On May 5th, Doug, Cinco de Mayo. I think they want to see my shot shaping, and you guys, of course, are welcome to watch it in person as well, and asked me for all of our email addresses, and I immediately went, oh, my God, what email address do I give them for Doug? Because he has
good
so
luck.
many. And then even when I do, you're probably not going to see it.
Well, give them my phone number and they can text me.
No, or leave you a voicemail.
Right, I'll get that.
You got to seem anti-voicemail in this segment. And yet
Jackson, you're winning right here. This is your moment.
I'm pro voicemail. I'm anti-email.
Doug, I sent you an email asking you to come on my podcast to talk about blow and sex. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
See, I missed that too.
Can I send it to Doug's KMOV account? That's from the 217.
There's another one.
You have one new message. Yeah, Doug Vaughn. My name is Miss Butler, and I'm calling in reference to the comment you made, I think it was about a week ago, concerning Randy Moss maybe coming to the Rams. I didn't appreciate your little comment. You keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
See, that's why my voicemail. People can really let you have it.
All right, I'm changing my stance.
You're back on board with voicemail.
If it leads to that.
Keep your thoughts to your homeboys. And by that, she meant what? Sevy Savard.
Yes.
And Tim, probably.
Coach Connors.
That's right. You can leave voicemails for us as well. What is the mic drop, right,
Yeah.
Jackson?
Yeah, absolutely.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood. Guys, what email address does Doug use for his browser Advisors account. That's from the 817. Dear Lord, I love Doug, but we're a month away from knee-high dark socks and some all-black New Balance. Blaming inanimate objects for your issues is so Gatesworth. That's from Arbor Day.
How'd
that feel?
So Gatesworth.
I think the only thing missing were Velcro shoes.
Yeah. I've got the black knee-high socks, compression socks.
That's a good look, especially board shorts.
Right.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. That is where you go if you have any issues with your heating and cooling system. The forecast here over the next few days, glorious, and that is perfect for opening day. Today, sunny skies throughout the day, high in the 60s, and for opening day, high in the upper 60s. Friday, Doug, we might hit 80, 79, and sunny. It is glorious. Design Air Heating and Cooling as the weather warms up. You want to make sure you get your air conditioning checked out and ready for the warm weather months. Do so with Seth Goldcamp, the longest-running sponsor on TMA, online at designairservice.com. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. You should become a client as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. On the Stiefel dossier, John Kelly going to join us for the 101 ESPN St. Louis Blues interview at 8:15 as the Blues get ready to play the Canadiens tonight. Pre-game 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m. Kind of a bad beat last night. If you're Martin, you're nodding, so you know what I'm talking about.
I was watching this at the old Two Fox.
The Canucks and the Devils, all hell broke loose after the Devils scored a goal in the third period to give them a 3-2 lead, and then with about 30 seconds-ish left in the game, once again, Vancouver gets a late goal, just like they did this past Thursday in St. Louis. This sends it to overtime. No goals in overtime, but they go to the shootout, and the Canucks get the win in the shootout. So Vancouver, that would have been a really rough one, and instead they go from getting 0 points in Jersey to 2 points in Jersey, and so now Vancouver sits at 78 points, 3 games back of the Blues. They have played 71. Blues have played 72. A development that I feel like we've talked about quite a bit here with Jamie Rivers and Chris Kerber over the last couple of weeks, the Minnesota Wild situation. They lose last night to the Stars, and so the Blues, with winning 6 in a row, are just 4 points back of Minnesota. Now, the Wild have a game in hand, but the Blues are 4 points back of Minnesota. And for Jamie Rivers' travel plans, he would really enjoy the possibility of the Blues getting to that 7 seed, and he gets to go to Las Vegas instead of Manitoba, which is lovely in April. Nobody's going to dispute that.
No,
but Las Vegas would be his ideal traffic stop.
Yeah. Nobody thought that was even in the cards at all about a month ago, the thought of catching Minnesota. I mean, they must have been 15 points ahead of the Blues at that point.
And it's not like they've been playing poorly. It's just all about the Blues and what they have been doing. So we'll see if it can be 7 in a row tonight. John Kelly coming up at 8:15 for the record. The Blues playoff chances still 54%. The Canucks at 17%. The Flames 30%. In Utah, who lost last night, down to 5%. That is per moneypuck.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. The least popular coach, perhaps in all of sport, added to his legend within the last 24 hours. We'll tell you why in a story that you truly may not believe, but it is documented. That is next on TMA. This is 101 ESPN.
Almost overnight, it seems like the grass is starting to grow, growing fast. I think I've got a spot in my backyard that grew 2 inches in about 3 days. And it's going to continue to grow like that, but you know what else is going to grow? Crabgrass. That's where Green Envy comes in. They'll take care of all that. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our local soil and weather conditions and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products. With all the rain that we get in the spring, weeds are going to explode when the temps warm up, and now is the time to get ahead of it with Green Envy. They've got that special weed control product. Green Envy is always ready to deploy special crabgrass preventer, and that's why we can't name it. It's a secret for them. It's something that they use and they use alone. Their service professionals are commercially licensed applicators as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. No part-timers or high school kids applying who knows what to your lawn. I've had Green Envy for a couple of years now, and I can attest they do an outstanding job. Their website, greenenvylawns.com.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Montreal Canadiens. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. CinemaWandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you like this one?
It's not great.
We were talking about Minnesota, and then they're playing the Twins on opening day.
Yeah. Tom Lawless.
No, it's not great.
Little Yachty?
Yeah, a little boat.
Not Y-A-D-I, but Yachty.
That's right. Little Yachty.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, you said Danny Hurley's a guy you'd like to sit down and have a boat drink with.
No, I said I'm glad that he got beat.
I lost to Florida. Probably should have won the game on Sunday. And here is the audio of the UConn head coach losing for the first time in 13 games in the NCAA tournament as he walked off the floor, walking past the Baylor Bears, who were getting ready to get beaten by Duke. Yeah, saying, I hope they don't F you like they F'd us to the Baylor Bears, who were also in the same spot as winners of their 8-9 game against Mississippi State. Florida, the top seed, Baylor, the top seed, implying that there was some dirty pool to make sure that the top seed advanced. Well, now there's new information on that story. UConn Director of Communications Bobby Mullen allegedly threatened to ruin a reporter's life for filming a viral video of Coach Dan Hurley on Sunday evening. He blamed the reporter for spoiling the, quote, lasting image of Coach Hurley leaving the court, end quote, even though Coach Hurley was the one who chose to say what he said in front of reporters. The entire sequence of events went according to the eyewitnesses' testimonies. This is what would be called a bad look for Mullen. The Huskies lost by only 2 points in the round of 32. They were on the wrong end of a bad call while up by 3 points with approximately 4 minutes remaining in the second half. Florida got possession after what was ruled as a UConn turnover, even though it appeared as though the Gators touched the ball last. Hurley was furious. Not long thereafter, the Huskies tried to draw a foul with less than 10 seconds left in a two-score game. Officials granted possession to the Gators anyway. UConn was also called for 4 more fouls than Florida during the 2-point loss. They essentially proved to be the difference. With that being said, there were not any egregious officiating errors that cost the Huskies the win. None of the potential missed calls gave the game to the Gators. So, what did Hurley say? He yelled at the Baylor Bears. F them the way that they F'd his team. And the entire exchange was captured on video by Joey Ellis, a sports reporter for the Queen City News in Charlotte. His post on social media went viral, which leads to this development. The director of men's basketball communications at UConn threatened to, quote, ruin Ellis's life if he did not delete the video from social media.
Was he going to have him whacked? Was a lot of mob activity up there? His
life.
The comment was made by the director of basketball communications, and multiple other reporters and staff heard the comments. This is the statement from Bobby Mullins. The lasting image of Coach Hurley leaving the court should have been his walking off the court arm in arm with his seniors, overwhelmed with emotion. Instead, a reporter who was in an area he should not have been recorded on his cell phone a private comment made to members of another coaching staff. So that's Bobby Mullins' explanation for what transpired.
An area he should not have been is inaccurate. Mm-hmm. How many times have you seen footage of the team walking off? That's where they basically...
Chris Webber had a famous blow-up after the Fab Five lost.
They kind of corral the media, and everything is copyrighted and all these... You can't shoot any video. If you cover a tournament, you can't shoot any video, so they always put the media sort of in the tunnel waiting for locker room access. You always see these teams either walking off dejected or walking off high-fiving and hugging the coach. So that part, then that SID, that sports information director, he knows that. But to say I'll ruin your life, it's not like Danny Hurley had this pristine reputation. Like, to me, it's not even
finally come crumbling down.
It's not even in the top 10 of Hurley being an ass.
No,
it's like it doesn't even really
real.
matter.
No.
It wasn't Dean Smith and, oh my, how dare you ruin his 30-year reputation.
And the only way to make all of this look worse is by doing exactly what they're doing right now. Like, that's the only way it could possibly look worse.
The guy's got to get fired, right? The communications guy. You can't threaten people's lives because they shot video of your coach misbehaving. That's absurd. He's got to go. You don't threaten people's lives over something like this.
What about some time away, Doug? Would that be enough?
No,
time
you're
away?
out. You got to know better than that as an adult human being. You don't threaten someone's life over a comment made in basketball.
Ruin your life. And honestly, if I were the SID that worked with Hurley, I'd be like, what are you going to do? That's him.
Well, I've had SIDs saying, could you please not show that? Because we got something that they really didn't want. And if you have a good rapport with them and it doesn't really do anything other than sensationalize a bad moment for a coach, I've said, sure, we won't run that. But in this case, you got the most obnoxious coach in America who just lost, and it's a news story when he thinks his team got cheated by the officials and tells the other team he hopes they don't get cheated, and then you threaten someone's life over it. That's not good. That can't happen. It can't happen.
It's a bit of an overreaction. I would ruin your life. Again, it's Danny Hurley. Everybody knows he's a jackwagon. And if you're the SID, you'd say, hey, is there any chance you could delete that? It's just, we would appreciate it. After all we've had the last couple of years, it's sort of a crappy way for it to all end. You could make a polite request. Remember, Rick Smith was mad when 590 kept playing the Brenda Warner call-in? And the old Rick Smith, the old PR guy, this is how you handle it as a savvy PR guy. He called 590 and said, hey, you got to call off the jam. And somebody,
like roller derby.
Somebody answered the phone and said, I'm sorry, what? He said, you got to stop playing that clip. We're getting killed. So that's what he should have said, Doug. Call off the jam.
Instead, he's going to ruin the reporter's life.
As Bobby, but this is the sort of world you live in. College basketball coaches, maybe more, maybe college football, I don't know, where they just rule the roost. They have unchecked power, unchecked ego, and Danny Hurley seems to be the poster child for lack of self-awareness and just more banty than Earl Weaver ever was.
Right. I went to a Billikens charity golf tournament once, and we were going to interview Rick Majerus when it was over.
I knew it was going to be Majerus.
Yeah. And before he did the interviews with the media, he talked to some of the boosters after the tournament, and our camera was right there, 5 feet in front of him. So I said, yeah, we might as well tape this. He might say something interesting. And he said some things that would have got him fired, off-color stuff, crazy stuff about the St. Louis education system, just horrible.
Probably an endorsement.
Just some horrible things he said. Funny, but horrible things, politically incorrect things. And I thought, oh my goodness, I think we've got our lead story. And by the time before we got back to the station, I got a call from one of the SIDs there and said, is it possible that you wouldn't run that, please? I said, well, okay, sure. Wanted to maintain the reputation or the rapport we had with them. And it would have just been a fun story to run for one night and probably ruined him, and he'd probably gotten fired. And I didn't think that was all necessary just because he'd said something.
Well, he did get jammed up when he was speaking at some event. It was like, hey, the Billikens coach is here. How's the squad looking? Well, this abortion ruling. And all of a sudden they're like, whoa. Yeah. And it became a big news story that he was like pro-abortion. And the school's kind of like, that's not really in line with our beliefs. And only Majerus could do that. You're like, hey, coach, what do you think about the rebounding of your Billikens? Well, first let's talk about Gaza. And you're like, whoa.
But there is a real temptation as a sports reporter or something to run anything that you get. If it's a sensational or if it's going to make people go, wow, there's a real temptation no matter who it would hurt or whether it really had any news value or not. And sometimes it's hard not to because people would want to see it. It's kind of a fine line there between what you go with and what you don't.
So what's next will be, right, is it Bobby Mullen or Mullins, which sounds like a coach's name. He's going to have to walk it back, right? Isn't now the story is shifted from Danny Hurley to him.
He's going to have to be let go when you threaten people's lives.
It's a bit extreme.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's way out of bounds.
He issued a statement, as I said, so he didn't really walk it back.
He did not walk it back.
The lasting image of Coach Hurley leaving the court should have been his walking off the court arm in arm with his seniors, overwhelmed with emotion. Instead, a reporter who was in an area he should not have been recorded on his cell phone a private comment made to members of another coaching staff.
No, but has he, since it became known, the reporter said he was going to ruin his life, and I guess other reporters, other media members heard him say that?
I mean,
has he been called out for
the chronology of the article makes it sound like he was reached out to,
and that was after he was
following. Yeah, he
so
said
he was
Mullen. I mean, why would an SID be issuing statements? So Mullen later issued the following statement.
Wow, that surprises me.
Well, the lasting image of Hurley for the season would have been him walking calmly, arm in arm with his team, if that's what had happened. But it's not what happened.
Right, that's kind of where I'm at too. It's like, but he did this. That what he did happen. It wasn't like it was like AI.
We saw the real him when he didn't think the cameras were on.
But it's the Danny Hurley we all know and dislike. It's not a shocker. Why overreact if you're that sports information director?
Doug, they are not happy with you in the text inbox for not airing the Majerus sound. The St. Louis media loves to protect St. Louis University, but goes out of their way to find scandals at Mizzou. Would you like to apologize to the 636?
No, I wouldn't like to apologize to you. I wouldn't run that for a Mizzou guy either. I wouldn't. I mean, there's a real temptation to run something that's wild and crazy like that. But if you know the guy and you like the guy and you have a rapport, you just can't blow it up every day.
Reggie White was as big as anything in the state of Wisconsin. He went to the state capitol to address legislators, and they sent this photographer. I worked in Madison, and this was after I left, and I knew the photographer. He's one of those guys who are there. When's my lunch break? All right, well, when's my coffee break? He was always about his break. Yeah. So they sent him down there, just shoot some video. Hey, Reggie White's in town. And I guess he started talking, and he kind of went on a religious rant and his beliefs or whatever. And he called back to the station and said, I only brought one tape because it was beta. He goes, I'm going to need more tape down here. He's still going. And it became a huge story because he just started talking off the cuff. So you never know what they're going to say, Doug.
I think if it's a more formal setting like that, if the guy's up there at a
speaking
podium,
at a microphone,
as opposed,
that's
different than if this was kind of a casual get together after a round of golf. It didn't feel like I felt like I was kind of intruding on it at the time. I don't know. Remember, who was it locally? Was it Brent who
Stover? I knew
Stover,
this was
who got video of a fight in a baseball locker room.
It was the Dodgers locker room.
Yeah, and they took the video away from him. The Dodgers took it right away from him.
I think the PR guy said, give me that tape or something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Back in the day of physical tape, you could just take someone's phone.
Said, give me that tape.
Yeah. And he did, and then he caught flack for giving up his...
And he's doing great. He was on the CBS coverage. He's part of the CBS Sports Network. And when they were handing it off to Selection Sunday, he was on the set host. He's a great guy.
Nice.
But got caught in a... If he was a crusty old ball writer at that moment, he probably would have been like, get the French out of here, pal. Yeah. But he was a younger guy and got a little intimidated, I think.
Doug, advancing the story here on UConn, Bobby Mullen, the SID, actually tweeted yesterday, PR man yells at reporter, news at 11. I have a journalism degree, and I know the difference between reporting and seeking out gotcha moments. My temper flared a bit in a moment of weakness after a loss, but I think the journalists I work with regularly would vouch for me. He later took the tweet down.
Yeah. So he was coming out swinging to defend himself.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's got a little of the Hurley syndrome.
Yeah.
What a crew up there.
If you can find someone to vouch for you, doesn't matter. You threaten someone's life, sorry, you lose your job.
He said he's going to ruin his life.
Yeah, he'll lose it.
You can get involved on the program, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to our show. You can also text in 314-399-9646. You can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And we have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and that's at youtube.com/TMASTL, where you can watch the show. 241 friends are gathered in there watching the show as we speak. And it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. With beautiful weather this week, go out and enjoy the day and enjoy a Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat on TMA, youtube.com/TMASTL, Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. John Kelly's going to be joining us coming up in this Fisher Window and Door 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Jack Buck liked to do it to Joe Buck, Doug. He would just walk out of the booth, give somebody else a chance.
Oh, yeah.
See what they can. This is your chance, Doug. Take over this show.
That's what Tim has done. He's walked away and left it on our shoulders.
So he's given you an opportunity.
All right. Well, look who's here now. Terry Crouppen joins us.
Crouppen has stepped
hi,
into
guys. Hello. Good morning.
The show is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can call them or call Fox 2. It's just 222-222-222-222-222. You just keep calling 2 until me or Terry picks up.
Until one of us.
Yeah. You said you're excited about this Bachelor baseball?
Well, I don't want to, I don't want to maybe get this guy too excited about it, but I just wanted to say to him that I was once voted the person you'd like to sit next to the most at a Missouri bar function because of my snappy conversation. So while I can't produce everything he might like, I could give him we could.
Tim Terry is offering to be the Bachelor baseball date.
We were talking in the hallway.
Maybe I shouldn't even talk without knowing how good the seats are,
He said the seats are pretty good, Terry.
Yeah, but
you can see the Clydesdales.
Have you ever seen when you see women are not a good... When a woman says another woman is really attractive, have you ever noticed how often they're not?
Cut that off.
No, I think women look at women in a different way. And so, I don't know how much this guy knows about good seats. I've had some real good seats.
Oh, okay, so you're saying his
his
on
judgment,
the seats.
I can't just trust that. I can't take that for
He
granted.
said first base, but then he kept talking about a view of the Clydesdale. So I'm thinking more like wagon gate, right field foul pole. We've reached out to him, and we have not heard back.
Well, I'm not saying I would go. I'm just saying
interested.
I'd be a good choice. For company.
Do you keep score, Terry? You feel like an old school baseball guy.
Right. I keep I've seen these people that keep score, and they are God.
Oh no.
No, God love them. They are getting so much joy out of every pitch, and what is it? Just making the little marks, and then they save them someplace.
Right.
I don't understand it.
I did that as a kid a little bit sometimes. Listen on the radio at home.
Sorry.
Well, as a kid, I haven't. It's been 60 years.
Maybe I'm wrong about it.
I think you're right now.
It's an odd thing.
Well, I think if you're kind of sitting alone with the Steve Bartman headset on, that's a thing.
Was he keeping score when that happened?
No, but it felt that way, didn't it?
Right.
That's why I thought it was believable.
Did any of you guys ever go down to Musial and Biggie's when Stan Musial was
right
there?
across from Forest Park?
Yeah. But boy, he was a nice man, wasn't he?
Musial or Biggie?
Oh, I
Musial
never
for
met.
sure.
I never met Biggie. I did meet Stan.
He was a great man. You're exactly right.
He was just the perfect celebrity. He made you feel like you were doing him a favor, or he was not doing you a favor, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
He was so down to earth, and he'd sit there and talk. And I remember I saw him at a shopping mall once, and he pulled a card out of his pocket. He had them all printed up with his picture and his stats. No, he was. We were lucky to have him.
Amen.
I was at Kirkwood Park once, and he was playing his harmonica at the little amphitheater there. Played it for about an hour, and then he walked back to his car, and kids were following him like he was the Pied Piper or something. There was a trail of people right behind him, and he got to his car and opened his trunk and pulled out a bunch of pre-signed autographed pictures of himself, handed me, here you go, to everybody. Yeah, it's just wonderful.
Somebody told Kurt Warner that, and then he started doing it. He carried him because people would come up, hey, Kurt, what are you? Instead of sitting there for hours and signing, he would just hand them something that was sort of ready.
Yeah.
Doug does that.
Yeah, I have to with the volume.
You have them ready?
Volume of requests,
ready to hand out.
Absolutely have to.
Are you going to opening day, Terry?
Probably not. I haven't been to opening day in a long time. It just means way more to some of the people that work for us and work with us, and so I just think let them. It's a better thing for them.
Yeah.
I went to a Super Bowl twice. Actually,
the Rams?
Did you go to both Rams Super Bowls?
Did I ever tell you about it? I haven't told you guys any of this story.
No.
When I was Francis Ford Coppola there.
What?
We went to the Super Bowl in Atlanta, and my son is married to a girl from Atlanta, so we stayed with his family there. And we went to, it was a terrible weather, if you remember. We went out and went to a party and went to a restaurant, and Andrew Jones, the outfielder, was giving a party. And so we tried to get in, and of course they turned us away. So my son Andy said, you know what? It was a miserable day. I had a coat. Put your sunglasses on, pull your baseball cap down, and we're going to tell them that you're Francis Ford Coppola.
I can kind of see it.
And well, I could too, actually. I looked very much like him. which is not the most flattering thing to admit. And anyway, so we go in. Andrew Jones comes over to me. He sits down. He wants to talk about all the Godfather movies, which I had not seen. All of them. Well, I'd seen the first one, but they kind of fell off after the first one. And so he wanted to talk to me, and young women were, and I was with my children were all there. So I'm like, these girls were coming over, wanted to talk about movies, and I would hand them off to. And then, the next night we were in Atlanta. We get a reservation at the Atlanta Fish Market, which was the hottest thing in Atlanta. And when I get in, a friend of mine sees me there and says, Crouppen. And I say, shut up. I'm Coppola. I'm Francis Ford Coppola. But it was, and then we were in the paper. They said Francis Ford Coppola.
Oh, really?
And a party of 10, were there.
And young women were coming up wanting to roll in your next picture?
Yeah, and I would have liked to have let him. No, but it's amazing. He's a very big and I tried to be the very best Francis Ford Coppola I could.
Have you ever been to his vineyard where you walked in?
I actually have.
And people are like, hey.
No, because everybody looks like I'm there.
Okay. I wish we had Andrew Jones going up to you like, hey, tell me about Fredo. You're like, I'm sorry, what? Never saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, I made it, but I never saw it.
I'm not totally familiar.
And you were able to tap dance around all the questions and make it seem believable?
It was very loud. So yeah, it's easy. You just, you. And we went the next year, or 2 years later when they went to New Orleans, when they lost.
Yeah.
And I was Francis Ford Coppola.
Again, you returned.
I was. And I ran into
really loves that football.
I ran into Nicolas Cage there.
Who is
actually which is his
Coppola.
nephew.
Oh,
yeah,
my gosh.
yeah. And so
He could probably tell it
we had
wasn't
to we had to get out.
Yeah. You're covered in bone.
Oh, there's Coppola family here. Get out. You took their table.
That was the Maxim party.
Oh.
I actually remember.
How was the Maxim party? That was a big magazine
that was a good
at
party.
that time.
And do you remember Tom Arnold?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got Tom Arnold into the Playboy party.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he couldn't get in. And
How'd you get in?
Because I was Francis Ford Coppola.
Oh, you got in the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was generous with my celebrity.
Hey, I'll send you a bottle of wine. Thinking about Godfather 4, don't tell anybody.
A bottle? What are you, a cheapskate? A case?
Case, yes, it's true. The story. Have you ever written a book?
No, are you kidding? I hardly can write my name anymore.
Terry Crouppen in studio with us, the Brown and Crouppen morning after, and Terry kind enough to join us here in the 8 o'clock hour. I apologize, I cut you off. What were you about to say, Terry?
No, it's nothing of any importance.
That's our job, okay?
That's our job.
Don't steal our shtick.
Are you still working a lot? You still working full time?
I meddle, as my son Andy says. You come down and you just meddle. Just leave us alone.
You stick your nose in other people's business, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I got nothing to do.
It's got to be a great source of pride, though, for you, for the business that you built.
It is. And my son is doing a wonderful job. And Ed Herman, that
Absolutely.
lunatic that works with us?
Lunatic.
It's all St. Louis. St. Louis has been so good to us. It's my home, and they've treated me like family.
I think my favorite visual is you, let's say, at a big table, and everybody's like, hey, it's Coppola. And everybody's like, hey, Crouppen. Like, shh, get him out. Waiter, have him removed. I'm being badgered.
No, when I walked in, the manager said, Mr. Coppola, we have some Opus 1. Now, if you're not a wine drinker, as I'm not, I don't know what the hell Opus 1 is. Apparently, it's this really, $500 a bottle stuff. And my other son, Sam, he gets us out of a real mess by saying, no, we're just going to drink our stuff tonight.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
So it was
you got the routine down, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, we were very good at it.
Did you have to pay for anything after they thought you were Francis Ford Coppola?
They didn't like him that much.
Oh, you still had to pay. All right.
We'll
No,
drink
that's
our
real
stuff. What's your
celebrity.
favorite? Oh, you pick. It's fine.
Because I don't know any.
Sometimes after you get rich enough that you can afford anything, nobody makes you pay for anything anymore.
There is. I'm told that those things happen.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten very few. I just pay for everybody.
Oh, that's nice.
But I bet if Robert De Niro walked into an Italian restaurant tonight in New York, they would just not charge him. For
Right.
sure. Don't you think? For sure.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
They'd be excited, like, hey, dinner. And they'd take a button. Hey, can we get a picture with the chef? Hey, do you mind signing this? And that'd be it.
That's
Tim
a
does
good
that.
question. I
Down
wonder
at
if they
Biggie's,
would.
Tim.
How would they think?
Your
Steak
money's
sandwich.
no good here. No. In fact, last time your check
Or
bounced.
would they just think he's got money? Why are we going to give a? You know.
We used to give gift cards on Sunday night for the sports show, and these professional athletes making $6-7 million, they would be leaving the show and they'd say, "Hey, is there a gift card or something?" Every time, be like a $25 gift card to J Bucks.
They wanted it.
Yeah.
I'm like, well.
By the way, is there any kind of gift card around?
Oh,
I didn't,
wow.
I didn't even think.
Doug, I mean, it's a fair
I didn't even
ask.
think of
I mean, you are the
asking.
presenting sponsor. How about this, Terry? My sister Nikki has worked for Terry for several years and loves Brown and Crouppen. That's from the son of the West County Turkey Baster, Doug. Now we got Little Beer Cats and the son of the West County Turkey.
All right,
These
second
new
generation.
generations of TMA listeners.
Well, we'll see if we can get you hooked up on Thursday for opening day. If we can get you with the Bachelor
Yeah,
of
the
Baseball.
No.
Okay.
You are out. You are
It was just doing a bit.
Okay.
Was
Yeah,
it
it's a shtick. Yeah,
Okay,
it's shtick. Come on. When we go to some, I'll end up in a van somewhere.
Terry Crouppen with us here. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA. 314-222-2222 or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. Terry, always good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good seeing you guys.
That's
Thank
Terry
you much.
Crouppen
Go
with us.
Cards.
Fight Cardinals, beat Twins. Thursday opening day. We'll be broadcasting live from Ballpark Village, as will BK and Ferrario. Brought to you by General Pest Services, Rawlings, and Budweiser. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. We talk about the importance of supporting the sponsors on this show. It's why it's been around for more than 2 decades. The sponsors go out of their way to make themselves accessible to the TMA listeners, and Stewie has done that by giving out his personal cell phone. If you are looking to buy a home, refinance, or if you're looking to sell a home, call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the Bagel Loan. If you're someone who's looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Well, we'll make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation, and he'll help you every step of the way. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Doug, it gets you ready for the Cardinal home opener, 48 hours away. Hello again, everybody. You are looking live at downtown St. Louis.
Is Rasmus on the team this year? He'd probably be a middle-of-the-order hitter if he was. He'd slide in that 3 spot.
They are not happy with Jackson for playing this song. Stop it with this Cards BS.
Hey.
It's from the 314, and Jackson was sent in with caps.
Oh, well, then they must be in business.
I like the tune.
All right. Well, I mean, good thing is they'll be playing more music to come.
Okay.
So is there a problem with it because it's a Cardinal song? I know you don't know, but I don't get what the issue is. Do you not like that specific one, or are you mad that we're talking Cardinals?
It's just one guy.
St. Louis, Missouri.
It's just one guy.
Now here's a second guy. Just shoved an ice pick through my ear hole. That's from the 217.
Well, it's just 2 guys.
Yeah, it's just 2 guys.
2, that's all it is.
You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsor of the text inbox. Collier and Thompson sponsor of our phone lines. That number is 314-974-0101. And, of course, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. On our Stiefel dossier, we have John Kelly joining us here in about 10 minutes. Blues and Canadiens tonight here on 101 ESPN. Pregame gets underway at 6 p.m. and the puck drops at 7 p.m. as the Blues try to make it 7 in a row. I love the song, Jackson. Don't listen to the B-fibs from the 636. That's Mr. Licks. Doug, he is not on board with 636 area codes.
Well, he doesn't like west of 270, I guess.
I bet he's not a big 573 guy either.
I could see that being the case. He's probably
not a big 618 guy either.
Yeah, I would say that's probably a good read. Yeah. Guys, we need more St. Louis Vipers songs for the return music. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
I don't know that I've heard one.
I think Bernie Federko was the GM or the owner of the Vipers. Rollerblade hockey.
I believe so, yeah.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
How about Colby Rasmus' career earnings? Can I throw that one at the dais?
Okay.
That's a tough one.
I don't think he ever
from
made
09 to 18.
Yeah, that's a while. So he probably made $50 million.
My honest answer is 45. I'm not going to price is right, Doug.
Okay.
I thought it was. I was in line with you guys. Only 30 million.
30 million.
Yeah, that's
okay.
right.
So you think he's had to take on some extra work to?
No, hopefully not. He played right before the salaries just went completely ballistic.
He made about 2, 4, 7, 8, 2, 3. Yeah.
Today he'd be about a $15 million a year guy, probably.
What if he ever comes back? You know, they always bring players back. Sure. Well, it was kind of an awkward period there with was his dad on the message boards, I think? He was
his
dad was on
coach.
message boards?
Wasn't his dad
I don't think
chiming, or was he tweeting? Dad would chime in on things.
Martin, we got breaking news.
Oh, my.
The Bachelor baseball is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt, you were doing a pre-show interview over there in the Cut Corner. Mm-hmm. What were you hearing?
Well, we have our Bachelor on hold.
Nice.
Kind of just ran him through. He wanted to know, what we were going to talk about. If he needed to be ready to talk, I was like, no, we'll be gentle. We'll guide you through it. So he's ready to tell his story.
You said that before.
A little creepy.
All right, the Bachelor baseball.
All right, I like this.
Is on
great.
the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you doing?
We are doing wonderful. How are you? We're 48 hours away from opening day.
That sounds great, and hopefully in 48 hours I'll be doing a whole lot better.
So you left a voicemail for our director of sales, who was kind enough to pass it along here to our program, and you wanted to take a single lady in between the ages of 46 and 59 to the Cardinal home opener, and you had some wonderful tickets. Have you gotten any responses yet?
I have not.
Okay.
But I just didn't know. I didn't know the avenues to get it out there, and I figured, you guys are on the air. It's all of St. Louis County, and the entire area is listening to you.
Amen. That's true, Doug. Look at the numbers.
Just not females 46 to 59, apparently.
Right. Yeah. This is more of a 20-something females.
Well, maybe somebody could tell their mom.
Yeah. So for the purpose, clip that off is right. So for the purpose of giving these ladies an idea of your background, and we of course don't want to get too specific unless you would like to. What age range are you in?
I am 57 years old.
57?
But I'm always told that I look about 10 years younger than that.
Oh, is that right? You're spry.
Have you been married before?
I have.
You have. How long have you been a single gentleman?
11 years now.
Okay. Have you been actively dating in the St. Louis area over those 11 years?
Well, I'm about 35 miles from St. Louis, so I don't get over there except for events such as, games and stuff like that. So I'm really not an active dater.
Got it. Okay, so what are you? You were specific with the ages 46 to 59. What is it that you're looking for in your ideal date for the Cardinal home opener?
Somebody that is really into sports, outgoing, trustworthy, honest, beautiful. Just somebody who's just looking to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, Doug, I feel like he described you. Is there any interest in Doug Vaughn? I don't want to, I'm not trying to do any conversion here, but I want to make sure I ask it.
Any interest in who going?
In me. He asked about me,
wow.
and I don't think it was fair.
No, I'm pretty much looking for a female companionship.
Oh, boy, you're not very progressive.
Why? It's 2025, pal. Why? Any wiggle room on the age range?
Okay, what was that about the age range?
Any wiggle room on the age range?
You said 46 to 59. What if we have a 42, 43 year old? What are we going to do?
Perv out, baby.
Oh, that'd be fine. Yeah. As long as they're cool hanging out with a 57-year-old guy,
Yeah, but you look 10 years younger.
That's right.
Just how good are these tickets? How good are the tickets?
Let's see. It's section 138.
Oh, no, he's going to give out don't give out the row in the seat because we don't have listeners taking pictures of you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's a good section.
Yeah.
That's a good section.
That's good.
It's down on the first base side, so you'll be able to see the Clydesdales come out of the gate all the way around the track and into the gate. And
That'd be a big
there's a
selling
few of the
point.
fields.
All right.
Okay, so what is the vetting process? We're going to get some candidates here. How do we best vet them through a clearinghouse to get them to you?
Wow. I'd probably have to tell you that in private because I don't.
Sure.
Oh, Martin, you're going to get together.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could ask me that off of the air,
Okay.
I give you a little bit more info, and you could get it out there in the most diplomatic way you guys see.
Sure.
All right. I just wonder if a picture of yourself to put on our website might help things.
Yeah, Jackson will get that out on the Twitter tweets.
I could probably do that for you, but we could talk about that as well.
As your representative, I want to make sure I let you know in advance. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea.
How's it going to attract any Phillies?
Yeah, I mean, you could probably run through like mugshots.com and find me on there somewhere.
Oh, there you go, Doug. There's a selling point. Now I'm starting to think we might have a match.
You've had some legal trouble, have you, fella?
Not at all. What can I ask your occupation or your background a little bit? Do a little more here.
I am a retired Air Force guy.
Okay.
How about that?
So you live out there by Scott Air Force Base?
I live out kind of somewhat near Scott Air Force Base. That's correct.
Okay.
Look at you, Doug.
Yeah, Muscuda. You live in Muscuda.
I don't live in Muscuda, a little south from there.
Oh, okay.
So you get down to that, what do you got there? You got the Redbud. Mike Kelly's from Dupo. You got Waterloo. That's way.
Okay.
That's it's fine. We're just going up and down Route 3. It's fine.
All right.
Tim, you're better at this Chuck Woolery kind of thing here. How are we going to make this happen?
Well, I mean, people are sending in questions, expressing interest. So, Doug, we already have some fish on the line, and things are starting to develop. And again, you don't have to answer any of these questions. I will give you advice, but ultimately, you're going to make your own decisions. If you do want to send in a picture and have Jackson put it on our Instagram and our Twitter, we, of course, will support that. Just again, I know you've retained me as counsel, and I feel a responsibility to let you know I would describe that as a bad idea, Genes. Here's one of the questions. Answer the only question that matters. How many zeros you worth left side of the decimal point, pal?
Oh, wow.
how many zeros am I worth left of the decimal point?
Yeah, they're asking about your net worth, please.
That's right.
I'm about to get paid in the Escalade.
Oh, Frank might want to go with it.
I tell you what, with me, it's a golden gem, so I would say priceless.
How about that?
I'll be dirt.
There you go. So that answer is given.
Okay.
How about this? I'm a 53-year-old single white female. That's from the 636. And I have to tell you, I actually think, in a stunning development, this is real. This is real.
Why would you think that?
Text history. Martin and I study the text histories to know whether or not we need to get the authorities involved. You see what I'm saying? So we got to develop. 53 is in your. You said 46 and 59, correct?
Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark.
All right.
All right, KG, is it possible you could call this person?
Yeah, anything for you, Martin.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, there's an alliance built.
No, it felt a little condescending.
I don't know what the dossier is like on Thursday's broadcast, but is there any chance of like a dating game down at Ballpark Village?
Oh, Doug.
Oh, there'll be some women down there at Ballpark Village.
You better believe it. Yeah, what
Without
about,
a ticket?
hey, what about that? Just come down. We're going to be
With your
doing a
ducats.
show from 7 to 11, and we could, that way they can see you. We don't have to put it on social media. And you can see them, and we can do a little dating game right there at Ballpark Village on Thursday. How's that sound?
You know, that was going to be my second option, but with you guys kind of pushing it, that would give it a little bit more publicity. I was just going to come down there with a sign on my back saying I've got 2 tickets.
Wow.
I think that's a wonderful idea. It doesn't necessarily narrow the field, but I think this way, I think this allows some ladies who want to go and maybe they're interested. They can see you. You can see them. Doug, you can facilitate the love.
What am I supposed to do?
Facilitate the love, and we can do the dating game live on the air.
I have to facilitate love?
Yeah, facilitate the love, I think, is the name of the program.
I gotta bring
Welcome back to
gloves.
Facilitate the Love.
Spread the love, dog.
There's Jennings.
This texter that says I'm 53, single white female, months earlier texted about being on a date that someone took her to a game and then said left me there. I had to Uber home.
Oh,
so this,
no.
Not
there is some
necessarily an
experience.
advertisement.
I know, but there's some experience with this sort of situation.
We need her to call in next.
That's right.
Or
I'd
you
be
could
kinda-
call her, KJ.
I'd be kind of curious as to why they left her there. That's pretty
Well,
bad.
That's a good read.
Well, you have to
That
get
tells,
into
that tells me you're sharp. That's why I'm glad to have you as my client. Let's see what we got here. Well, this is interesting. Doug, things are starting to happen.
Okay.
Hello, I'm 43, 6'3", 200 pounds. I have abs. Could I join you for some Lady and the Tramp helmet nachos?
Oh.
That's from Eric in the Central West End. So he is interested again, but your preference, to be clear, is a lady, 46 to 59. And we will have some participants for Doug's new game show, Facilitate the Love,
That's not my
live
show.
from Ballpark Village, where we'll be shooting the pilot from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Thursday morning.
Yeah, that's great. You can drop the 46 down to 40, 43, 42 if you want.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
thought you
yeah.
might be flexible on the younger side.
Yeah, that shows gentlemanly
Yeah,
perspective.
And bump the upper number up to 61.
Oh,
Okay.
that's sporting.
All right, so
Okay.
40,
Is this Lexington Steel?
It isn't.
43 to 60.
You know, I'm kind of in the middle of those age ranges, so yeah,
Right.
that sounds good.
Are you a gentleman who keeps yourself in good shape?
I do.
Yeah, I would think so as a Air Force guy.
Would you like to share your height and weight with the many female listeners of the morning after?
I can give you a quick spiel. I am, with shoes on, I'm 6 foot. I weigh about 175.
Oh, there you go.
No tattoos. I have a couple in mind, but I just haven't gotten the brazen balls to go get them yet.
Oh,
Right.
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
Evelyn likes it.
Yeah, I'm very athletic. I'm into golf, baseball, softball, volleyball. I love the outdoors. Love animals, horse rides, cats, dogs.
Wow.
Excellent grill master. I can put about anything on the grill, and you're going to love it.
How about that, Doug?
I
It
got
sounds like
sense
quite a
of-
catch.
Yeah, I agree. Look at this.
Yeah, I got a sense of humor that could make W.C. Fields roll over in his grave.
Oh, God.
Current references.
Wow, got Ned Flanders on the line. All right, so are your kids okay with you out here in the dating world? They think this is good, or are their kids?
They think it's fine.
Okay, good.
All right, Doug. I feel like this is a wonderful candidate for your pilot episode of
just isn't
Facilitate the
mine.
Love.
No, I'm just.
I mean, Cardinals were quiet in the free agent market. I think we can do our part here and get something.
That sounds great. I'm, like I said, I'm a very responsible guy, 24 years in the Air Force, huge flying background. When I step onto a Southwest jet, the first thing I tell the stewardess is, if there's a problem in the cockpit, you need me to fly it, I can guarantee you I'll take us all the way to the scene of the crash.
Oh, to the scene of the crash. Oh, no. I thought you were going to say you were a pilot.
I could do it.
You could? Okay. Ooh. All right.
All right, well, we will be down at Ballpark Village. Well, we will have you there, and Doug, we'll have the ladies joining us for Facilitate the Love on the Cardinal home opener Thursday, live here on 101 ESPN. This is going to be a beautiful story.
We're at the Shark Bar, is that right? Mm-hmm. The Shark Bar at Ballpark Village.
Yep. And Jackson has your contact information, so we're going to get this thing going.
Yeah, that's great. The one last thing I wanted to tell the possible lady candidates out there is I am a romantic dreamer, so I would like to see this follow on to next year, and hopefully whoever goes with me, if we could, if we find that connection and we have a great year, they can touch base with us next year and keep going from there.
How about that? We're looking for a long-term relationship.
Like a home and home.
Yeah. Beautiful thing.
Terry Crouppen was concerned that somebody'd end up in a van. I think that was the lawyer in him coming out.
Yeah.
Do you have a van,
I doubt it.
Okay.
I doubt it. You guys will have all my information. I'm easy to track down, so it would be really cool if myself and another girl could hit a home run.
Oh, Doug.
All right.
Man, I like this. I am on board. All right, well, we will be in touch, and we will meet you on Thursday down at Ballpark Village for our live show.
That sounds great, guys. I will come see you.
All right. Thanks, brother. All right, there's our guy.
Thanks, fella.
Facilitate the Love, Doug. Thursday, Cardinal home opener. It's a season of love in St. Louis.
Anything else, guys? Let's call this a wrap.
But it sounded like if they hit it off well, there's not going to be a second date until next year's home opener?
Every year.
Yeah, I thought if it went well, they'd be dating. But he's saying if it goes really well, I'll see you next year at the opener.
Yeah, I like that.
I like it.
Guys, let me read between the lines. He's 5'8", 250 pounds, and broke and lives in Central Illinois. It's a Mario, and he's in Chicago.
Well,
he said with shoes on, he's 6 feet tall, and with my lifts on, I'm 5'4", so I can appreciate the importance of the shoe thing. 6 foot tall, 175 pounds, 57, I think he said he was.
Yes. Yeah.
Seems like a likable sort. U.S. Air Force background.
Yeah, got his act together.
Yeah, I think this is a good play for a single lady out there. I know a lot of you guys are interested, and that's great, but he made it clear that he's interested in the lady.
Right. Maybe call her Ellen.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
This is their opportunity.
He seemed like a solid.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Really solid.
That whole call felt like a fever dream. I don't know what's going on.
I kind of thought about coming by for some grilling out. I mean,
it sounds pretty good.
Orson Woods Wacko sounds like he's going to help facilitate the love. Doug's new show filming at Ballpark Village. A girl I know that's a sure thing, caption sure thing, per my great friend and lawyer, is available. You will have to go a minimum of 3 rounds and be milked.
Now, what does that mean?
Also, I hope you like Harry. That's from Orson Woods Wacko. I don't know what it means, but
I've got a landing strip.
Oh.
Is that a crying game kind of thing? Fever dream. I don't know what that means. Like it just,
a fever dream?
Like it was just so bizarre.
Yeah, you ever had a fever and you have weird dreams?
Yeah. That's how Neil Young used to write music. Yeah.
John Kelly is going to join us on the other side of the break. Looking forward to talking it over with him as the Blues take on the Canadiens tonight. That is next. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
is a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Everyone's talking about it. The Bulls defeating the Nuggets last night, 129-119. Kobe White, stay hot, young fella. 37 points for the North Carolina Tar Heel. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan, alongside Doug Vaughn and Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, John Kelly of the St. Louis Blues television broadcast. Morning, John.
Hi, Tim. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful. How are things with you, sir?
Doing great.
This is incredible. Every week I feel like I'm saying that to you, but yet here we are, and it continues. And the thing that stands out to me about this past weekend is they didn't really play that great. They acknowledged that themselves. Jim Montgomery talked about it. Some of the guys talked about it, but yet they were still able to pick up all 4 points. And that really speaks to where this team is because, man, about a month and a half ago, if they played a bad game, I don't think they were beating anybody. I don't care if it was the Blackhawks or somebody else. And so that is an indication of where this team is. What did you think of both the performance this weekend and where the team is at this moment as they head down the stretch with the final 10 games?
Well, Tim, as usual, I agree with you.
Clip that
you're
off.
on the mark.
No, that's it. John, you didn't have to do that.
Good for you, John.
No, I was concerned about the weekend because the Blues had such an emotional win against Vancouver last Thursday. And you knew there was going to be a letdown Saturday against the Blackhawks, and there was. They won the game 4-1. And then the Predator game on Sunday was basically the same type of game. The Blues got outplayed for parts of it. As a matter of fact, they allowed over 30 shots on Sunday. That was the first time they've allowed 30 shots or more in 18 games. I mean, that's how well they played defensively. So they had great goaltending on the weekend from Hofer and Bennington, and didn't win without their best stuff. So to me, that's what good teams do. You can't play your best every night, have your A game. And the Blues found a way against, especially a bad team in Chicago. Nashville's not a bad team; they're an average team, but they found a way to win without their best stuff. So that's great to see.
And over the last 15, they're 12-2-1. That's like the best team in the league for almost 2 months. Did you see this coming at all? That this was even possible?
Well, I know we talk every week, guys, and I think at the Four Nations break, the Blues were 8 points out. And I think we all agreed that the Blues had to go on a great run. I'm not sure if I saw this in the cards, though, quite honestly. So they've now won 6 in a row, as you said. The game before the Four Nations break, they beat Chicago in a shootout. So they're now 13-2-2 in the last 17 games. So that is a heck of a run. But having said that, they're only 4 points ahead of Calgary, and Vancouver won last night. And they're 3 back of the Blues. So the Blues have to keep on winning. It's the bottom line. I'm not trying to be negative, but there's a lot of pressure here to keep on winning. And they play a team in Montreal tonight that is really almost like the Blues.
Yeah.
They weren't struggling. The Blues weren't struggling before the break. They were basically a 500 team. But Montreal going into the break was 1-7-1. Since the break, they're 8-1-4. I mean, that is just a drastic turnaround. So the 2 hottest teams in hockey meet tonight, the Blues and Canadiens, and both teams currently occupy the second wild card position in their conferences. So this is going to be a great matchup tonight.
And maybe one of the positives, John, despite all this pressure to keep winning, it feels like they've had a lot of relatively low-stress games. Some where they'll blow them out, but scoring early, kind of instead of, we always said they were chasing the game at the beginning of the season. It seems like they've made it a little easier on themselves by kind of controlling games on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Mark, that's a good point. There are many games, and I'd have to go through my scorebook that I keep. But there have been many games during this stretch where the Blues have had a 2, 3, 4 goal lead in the third period, and they've been able to rest the big boys. And that is key, especially when you consider they've been without Parayko now for over 2 weeks. And, of course, in the last game, Leddy and Sundqvist did not play for maintenance reasons. So, they're getting banged up. They played a lot of hockey. Even though there haven't been a lot of high-stress games in particular, the Blues have had a very busy schedule in the last month. And it continues here this week. So after this week, the Blues get a little bit of a break. After Saturday's game in Denver, they're off until next Tuesday when they host Detroit. So, but until then, it's a game, off-day game, and that's the way it's going to go the rest of this week.
For most of this season, Bennington was playing 2 out of 3 games, sometimes 3 out of 4. Over the last 8, it's been every other game. Hofer's getting in there every other night. Do you think they'll keep that up or what?
Yeah, I was a little bit caught off guard, not surprised necessarily that Hofer played Saturday against Chicago, and it turned out to be a great move because he was really good, especially in the second period when the game was scoreless. And then the Blues got ahead, and then they, of course, cruised in the third period. But he was really good, and I say that because Binnington had played Thursday, and he normally plays 2 games out of 3. In addition, Hofer had beaten Nashville twice. So what happens? They play Hofer Saturday, and he's great, and they play Binnington Sunday. So Davey Alexander, the goalie coach, and the Blues coaches know what they're doing. It worked to perfection. But do I expect that to continue every other game? No, I would think you're going to see, again, Binnington play 2 of 3 down the stretch here.
And if you're the Blues trying to get a guy like Dvorsky up to speed for down the road, what a great time to kind of enter the mix when the team's winning, playing at a high level, as opposed to a team that's out of the race. I would think if you're Doug Armstrong, you could draw it up. And granted, you don't want to mess with the lineup, but for Dvorsky, it seems like a great time just to get a little taste.
Yeah, exactly. And who knows if he'll play tonight. I would assume Sundqvist will play. At least that was the indication from Jim Montgomery, and we don't know about Pavel Buchnevich, who, of course, did not play on the weekend. So that's another question mark. So it's great to see a kid like Dvorsky get a shot, even if it's only a few games or who knows how long, but it gives him a taste of the NHL. And don't forget, Jimmy Snuggerud of Minnesota plays, I believe, Thursday night in his first-round NCAA game. And obviously, I'm not pulling against the Gophers and Snuggerud, but if he were to lose, he could be available to sign with the Blues after that game. Whether he does, I don't know. I would think he would, but I thought he would last year, and he didn't. So we'll see what happens.
John Kelly, our guest here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. John with us every Tuesday on TMA. I saw Jeremy Rutherford's column yesterday on The Athletic regarding both Dvorsky, of course, as you made reference to, John, up in part because of the health situation, and then the Snuggerud situation, which is developing with Minnesota and them getting underway, and it is on Thursday when they start playing. Do the Blues want to mess with, obviously slants the question with a negative term, but do they want to do anything with this chemistry that the team has right now, even though obviously those guys have major upside? What do you think the organization would choose to do in the spot?
Well, I think, number one, the Blues have a very experienced coaching staff, headed up by, of course, Jim Montgomery. So they know what they're doing. Secondly, I don't think you want to mess with what's going on here. Assuming you have Buchnevich available and Oscar Sundqvist, and you have those same 4 lines that played together for basically whatever it was, 15, 16 games in a row, to me there's no point in, experimenting, breaking up that chemistry. So, but they're going to have injuries. And as we said, they just missed a couple of guys on Sunday. So there could be a chance for Dvorsky and or Snuggerud to get some ice time and some reps in some games, because you just never know what can happen. But I think the bottom line is, if they're healthy, then I think they go with the same group of 12 forwards that have been so great for this team over the last month.
It's got to be fun to be a broadcaster doing a game on a hot streak like this, as opposed to one totally out of the playoff picture, and you're just kind of going through the motions for the last month and a half.
You mean the broadcasters go through the motions, or the players?
Well, I guess so.
John would never do that, Doug.
Wow, John, I apologize on behalf of Doug.
Delete that from the archives, Jackson.
This is my last appearance on your show, Tim.
Oh,
wow.
Wrap it up.
That's been said. Now, that's been said before.
That has been said. That's standard.
You know what? Honestly, really quick, when the Blues are out of the playoffs, and it hasn't happened very often, but when your team as a broadcaster is out of the playoffs after the trade deadline, those final 17, 18 games are the hardest of the season. They really are. So it's not a lot of fun. This is as much fun as you can imagine. I'm really like a fan, and the fans are loving this. They won 6 in a row and trying to make it 7 straight tonight. So it is a lot of fun to call these games.
It is interesting, John, the expectation level. You know, a month and a half ago, fans, media probably like, it's just not going to happen. And then all of a sudden this happens, and now it's almost expected. Like if they don't get in, we're going to get back to a huge letdown. I feel like I think what you alluded to earlier is the pressure's really on to maintain this. Like for this to have value or meaning long term, you got to keep it going.
Yeah, it's a good point. However, you know, if they do miss, and I don't think they will, I think they're going to make it. But if they do, the one positive is that they're going to get a lot of meaningful games for a lot of young players.
Yep.
So that is good. But, you know, to go on this run and to be where they are right now, 3 points up on Vancouver, but still a lot of hockey left. The Blues have 10 games left, Vancouver 11. Calgary has 3 in hand, so there's a lot of hockey left. But it would be a letdown and a disappointment at this point if they were to miss, no question.
John Kelly with us every Tuesday here on TMA, at least up until today. This, of course, his final appearance.
Yeah, he won't be back now.
John, appreciate the time as always, and we're looking forward to the festivities tonight between two of the hottest teams in the league, Blues and Canadiens, down at Enterprise. Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man.
All right, guys. Might talk to you next week.
Yes,
maybe not.
There it is.
Maybe
John
not.
Kelly with
Might
us
just
here
mail
on
it in.
101 ESPN, Callier and Thompson phone lines, Blues and Canadiens this evening.
Doug, you ever mail it in on the 4-Fox?
Oh, gosh, yeah. Oh, sure.
Doug, you have given out this number, 98%. For the Blues to make the playoffs. That's correct. That's your money. Puck has them at 54%. You've got them at 98%.
I do. Yeah.
Currently, if you wanted to put $100 on the St. Louis Blues to win the Stanley Cup, when they do, and I believe they win it on June 12th, is that correct? I know the parade is June 14th.
I have to check on that.
That you will be handled $100 bills. That is $10,000. So you might as well put a couple pucks on net if you're
interested.
Wouldn't
be a bad bet.
On that. For the record, who do you think the favorite is?
How about, did you say who do you think the favorite is?
That's a delay tactic, Martin.
In the National Hockey League?
I'll say Florida again.
No, I'm sorry.
To fix the Canucks.
I'll say Washington.
No, I'm sorry.
Doggone it.
Would they factor in historical? Like, I can't pick Winnipeg just because of historical.
How about Vegas?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, can we have initials?
The playoffs started today. The Blues would play the Blackhawks, who knocked them out in the first round last season.
Okay.
Mailing. Speaking of mailing. I love it.
Good evening, sports fans. Doug Vaughn here with your Sportscast. Our top story tonight, John Jay will be back tomorrow. Here's him getting a hit in 202012.
I felt like I nailed it in that night.
But there were times I would say, what about this week at Ray? He goes, we get to do that next week. Just don't worry about it. You said no on the Capitals?
No
Toronto?
on the Panthers?
Toronto?
I'm surprised on this.
Toronto is a pretty good team. Winnipeg.
I have to tell you, I'm surprised. Now, it's not like ridiculous.
Vegas.
No.
that
Can
was
we
asked.
please
Dallas?
have initials?
Dallas is correct.
Really?
Okay.
Plus 550. Blues plus 10,000 to win the Chalice. The number for the Blues to make the playoffs has dropped substantially since last week, as you might expect with this winning streak. Now, if you put $100 on the Blues to make the playoffs, Doug, you will receive $110. So they're still an underdog, but a very slight run to make the playoffs. To give you some context, the Calgary Flames to make the playoffs plus 150. The Vancouver, and that's pronounced Canucks, I just heard.
It is.
Canucks.
Yeah.
Vancouver Canucks plus 400 to make the playoffs. 4-1 on your money on Vancouver. They got a hell of a win last night. And they have the game in hand on the Blues. Plus 400 for the Canucks, barely. But still, I mean, it's not like you have to lay 300 to win 100 on the Blues making the playoffs. 10 games left, Doug.
Yeah.
If he goes 7-3, are you enjoying a first-round matchup?
Yes. You get 14 more points should do it. Yeah.
95 points. So then along those lines, let's play it out.
Okay.
Flames have 13 games left. The Flames will go 10-3.
Oh, no.
The Flames go 10-3. The Flames at that point would have 97 points.
In the Vaughn Index, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that would be a good run to go 10-3. That'll be tough to do.
What if they go 9-4?
That would be a little less tough, but tough nonetheless.
They'd be sitting there at 95 points. And Jackson, the tiebreaker?
In ice hockey?
No, field hockey.
Yeah, over at Villa.
Is it overtime goals?
No. I think it's regulation wins, isn't it?
Oh, like how every other sport does it?
ROW is big.
Oh, right there. Did you catch it?
No.
You had to be listening.
What did you say?
What was that comment?
Just like how every other sport does their standings, but hockey does this somewhat convoluted point system.
You don't like looking at the stands and seeing a zip code?
I just don't get it. I don't get why you get a point for going to overtime.
You know, you're going to be trapped in your garage someday and not get out, and I don't know that anyone's going to call Schaefer Door to help you.
I'd call Jason Gassrow.
Well, that's what you should do.
For the record, just real quickly, it's regulation wins, and the Blues have 27. The Flames have 26.
Yeah.
Take that, Calgary.
So we're in good shape there.
And you'll
be in good shape if you have Schaefer Door. If you have that number ready to go, your garage door is not going up for whatever reason. I don't know. It happens sometimes. Schaefer Door is there to take care of you. They've got that Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend for whatever reason. That's usually when they go. And a lot of people have to call them on Monday morning, which is fine. They've got people ready to go to come and get you taken care of at 636-782-3608. They have the quickest response times in town. Let me spell Schaefer for you because there seems to be some mix-up about that. SCHAEFER. Only one F. Oh, only one F. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. And if you run a business or warehouse and have those big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has a lot of family members that work there. You call them, you're not going to get a machine. You'll get a real person, pick up, talk to you, and get someone out there to get you taken care of as soon as possible. They're service techs, not commission-based, so you don't have to worry about them trying to sell you something you don't need. The number again, to call or text, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
There it is. It is TMA 101 ESPN. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark is online at evergreenstl.com, and you can call him at 314-889-0503. Everybody needs a financial advisor, and I'm telling you about Mark Hanna. When you get off the phone with him, you will feel better about both your life and your financial situation, because just talking with him is taking that first step, and you're going to just feel better about it because he's a great human being. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Coming up, some really startling news about one of the best players in the game. And Doug, with our fantasy draft tonight, you are going to want to be aware of this. Okay. I mean, this is shocking. I'll have that for you. It's coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. But it's not just holistic wealth management that Stifel offers. They also provide traditional banking services offered through Stifel Bank. Own your own company? They also have a full-service investment bank. Basically, whether you're an individual or an institution, when it comes to finance, Stifel has an option for you. Stifel isn't your typical bank-owned investment firm constantly staring at their bottom line. They're a wealth management firm that owns their own bank and focuses on one thing, and that's doing what's best for their clients, because they know if you're happy, they'll be just fine too. That mantra has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success.
The chairman of the board.
Kurt?
That's right. Doug, do you like this?
Well, I like the song, but it's not the chairman of the board.
No, it's not. So we were talking about swingers, and so I figured I'd play some swing music.
Who's singing this? Initials, please.
This is just like a random guy singing.
Do you really want the initials?
Sure.
All right, get ready to clip it off. BBW.
BBW.
And we don't kink shame, to be clear.
BBW. Bobby Billy Williams?
No. It's the name of a group.
Oh. Second letter, first word?
Second letter, first.
Big,
I.
Big Bad Voodoo.
Big Bad Wanda?
Not too far off. Big Band Wattens.
Oh, Wattens.
Is Big Bad Wanda taken on the text line?
Yeah, who wants to be
Might be going to the Cardinal game on Thursday. Swing music's pretty good.
Is this Rich Gould?
He likes to sing.
It's Wanda.
You, New York. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategy, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. We welcome you to get involved on the show. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in. You can text in 314-399-9646. And you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Quite a situation developing with a guy, Doug, that you usually have on your fantasy baseball team. Of course, the TMA draft is tonight at 7 p.m. Mookie Betts of the Dodgers is in really bad shape and quite concerned, as you might imagine. It has been, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks since he's been able to eat solid food and keep it down. Here is Mookie Betts talking.
Exactly when that moment was when you started feeling this way?
2 days before Tokyo. 2 days before Tokyo. Didn't get to play the last game, so got on the plane. I thought I would at least give myself a couple days to kind of heal, and then the plane ride was brutal. That was one of the worst plane rides I ever had. Got there and got one workout in, and that was a really bad trip in Tokyo. So I came back and another bad plane ride. I mean, it hasn't been anything, very encouraging, but it is what it is.
He has lost 20 pounds, and he is not a big guy.
No.
Down to 150 pounds.
Oh, God.
How about that? Now, last night, Dave Roberts said he thinks that he turned a corner. But, as you can imagine, put it out there. You haven't been able to keep solid food down for 2 weeks. That's brutal if you're just anybody, much less somebody who does not know what the cause is and is not just a professional athlete, but one of the best in the game.
And they don't know what it is yet? Doctors can't figure that out?
The encouraging update I'm reading from The Athletic stands in contrast to Betts' last few weeks, during which the manager said Betts shed 18 pounds due to an undiagnosed illness that it made it too difficult to eat food without vomiting. The condition seemed to worsen last week while the team was in Tokyo. But it started, as you heard him say, before they went to Japan.
Didn't everyone sort of assume he got sick while they were over there? I thought that until I heard the full story, that it was before. The one positive, it's not an injury. It's not a shoulder, an elbow, an arm. It's weight that he needs to put back on. And if any team can weather a storm minus a star, it's probably L.A.
Yeah.
They won both games without Freeman and without Mookie Betts.
Of course. Yeah.
He said he's had blood work done. The tests have all come back normal. He says he feels fine. He says he feels great, but he cannot keep any food down. So it's not like he feels ill throughout the day. He just can't keep food down.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Never heard of that one.
No.
Now, I love Mookie Betts. He should be like the face of baseball. He's fun. He's a great player.
Yeah.
But when he was talking about the bad flight, I kept hearing the UCLA reporter saying, hang in there.
Hang in
just
there.
couldn't help it in my head.
Yeah. That's brutal. Yeah. 23 pounds in 2 weeks? Oh, my God.
You see, the Phillies may have lost their pitcher, Matt Strom, for a while because he got hurt packing. Ripped the fingernail off his left middle finger packing to try to get out of spring training. Maybe out of
such a hurry.
Yeah.
This is where a hockey guy would scoff.
Yeah, but you can't play baseball with bad fingers or a hand. You just can't.
No, it sounds awful.
Well, I wish the best for Mookie Betts. I don't think I'll be drafting him.
Oh.
I don't think I'll be drafting him. If he's got an unknown illness, who knows what that could be.
Seems like value.
Jackson,
could be if he's
sounds like
still
Jackson's
around.
going to take him.
No, he's still around late.
I've politely ducked out of the league.
Oh. Replaced by Charlie Marlowe.
Replaced by Chuckles, yeah.
Charlie Marlowe.
Because now you don't like baseball either on top of hockey?
No, I'm just really bad at fantasy baseball, and it seemed financially dumb to spend more money on that.
Okay.
I'm really bad at it. Like, never have a chance.
It is some work. Every day for 6 months, you got to.
I lost the clubhouse by mid-April last year.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I was lost the clubhouse. I was out. These guys stunk.
Yeah. But it does make the baseball season a little more interesting.
All fantasy sports
forces you to keep up with it a little bit more.
Jackson's a quitter. That's from the 314.
No, you're not wrong. Yeah. Well, I'm not quitting. Like, I didn't, like, when you sign up for a fantasy league, are you signing up in perpetuity? like you're allowed to leave year by year. I'm not quitting in the middle of the season.
No, you're not.
How are you not in an NBA fantasy league?
Not enough people to do it with me.
Yeah, like well, I'm just saying, but online somewhere.
I'm not going to do it with randos. I would only do it with my buddies.
Oh, like oatmeal and herb. And
We've done it before.
Pete?
We've done it before.
How about a nightly league?
Oh, like
I know a
daily
guy,
fantasy stuff?
Yeah, I know a guy that makes his living that way. That's all he does.
but
Plays daily fantasy?
Yes.
Oh, God bless him. Good for him.
Yeah,
but I'm not.
He's won $100,000 on more than one occasion.
But those guys are like
Wizards.
math geniuses.
Yeah, it's an all-day
algorithm
study.
stuff. I can't. I don't know. I just, I like Paolo Banchero as much as the next guy, but I don't know if he's going to have more or less than 31 points tonight. Yeah. Who knows? It's a crapshoot.
Yeah. No one knows for sure. I guess you just
journalism is my
bailiwick.
Is what I chase. Some guys chase the under, the over. I chase.
You wear out a lot of shoe leather chasing down stories, don't you?
Breaking news and such.
Mm-hmm. You've broken a lot of news on this show, that's for sure.
No.
Well,
that doesn't seem like something that's like there's a lot of upside to it.
No.
Tim's laugh when pointed at Jackson is just better. That's from Ryan Crawford, Nicola Vulture YouTube.
Awful.
You caught that gong with a flush stroke. You really
I've gotten pretty good with it. Yeah.
You really compressed.
I've got a good angle where I sit here.
Nobody will play fantasy basketball with Jackson because nobody likes the NBA. It just sucks. That's from the 314. Is that their slogan?
It just sucks. I don't think so.
No. I mean, I've done an NBA fantasy league before with my buddies, but it just doesn't have the same cachet, the same pizzazz that fantasy football has. You have to change the roster every night, and fantasy football is kind of perfect.
Well, once a week is perfect. You got the whole week
once
to
a week
stew
is
over your
money.
roster.
Yeah,
Only somebody else in the league to cough up a player.
Right. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know.
It's hard to find time for fantasy baseball when you spend your free time firebombing Tesla dealerships. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer. Is that what you're doing?
No.
Leisure activity?
Don't do that.
No, I'm scared of fire. Like, just generally. Like, I don't like people are like, you want to light the firework or like play the firework? No, not for me. Honestly, like even the stove, I try to keep it
You're
at
afraid of stoves?
I keep it at a medium heat. Well, I'm nervous that like one false sneeze and my place is going to go up. So generally, no, I don't do. If I were to do any sort of vandalism, I'm not saying I would. It wouldn't be fire based.
Hey Tim, if you were to do some sort of vandalism, what would you choose?
Graffiti.
Eggs,
but I'm not much of an artist.
Egg at a building?
No, because that's messy, and I don't like the smell of that. I just don't think vandalism is for me.
Well, that's big of you.
I don't think vandalism is for me.
Just these airwaves is where I make change.
101 ESPN will be broadcasting these airways from Ballpark Village on opening day. Cardinal home opener finally here. Will be set up just steps away from the stadium. Shark Bar, Jackson?
Yes,
That's
sir.
where the dating game is going to take place with the morning after and BK and Ferrario coming to you live this Thursday from Ballpark Village. The opening day broadcast presented by General Pest Services, Rawlings, and Budweiser. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Done.
Did we get it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Prize pack.
Don't you remember this Prodigy 1990?
I don't remember this.
I know we
or the
played it in
dates.
Columbia, 96, 97 range.
I was hip deep in journalism at that time, Tim. Hip deep.
Martin, were you in St. Louis at that time?
What year was it?
97, I think.
Summer of 97. McGuire and I arrived that summer.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Together?
To change St. Louis forever. Coach Vermeil, Orlando Pace. It was a good summer. A lot going on. Think about it.
That was a good time in sports.
It's about to shift. The Rams are still kind of bad. Cardinals are still kind of bad. McGuire came on the scene.
Yeah, McGuire made it interesting.
They called him Big Mac, Doug.
I remember that. I remember Big Mac. There was a couple of years there where you stopped what you were doing to watch every at-bat he took.
Batting practice, people would pack the lower sections there. Jeez.
Jackson, you have fun with audio here. And Martin, you learned about incels before the show. And it's in,
my
in the
wife.
dossier brought to you by Stiefel, and Charles Barkley's talking about them because of Derek Queen's buzzer beater. It all ties together.
Okay.
It's a perfect confluence.
Yeah, Charles is going at people who were screaming that it was a travel.
Okay.
One-on-one, that's what you do at the end of the game.
You know why I'm mad? Because y'all giving in.
Why are you mad?
People on the internet, they all live with the parent. They don't have a job. They sit around in their drawers.
That's a blanket statement, isn't it, Charles?
Yes, it is. Because, Clark, there's two type of people in the world. Those people who do, and those people who talk about people who do.
Okay.
And those are people who live with their parents, and they just sit down there eating bonbons and
Wait,
Fritos.
you know what I think happened? Jay, how long you been upstairs in that dark room? You mean just this week? I think it was Gene. He's different people on the internet.
Get me out.
He's like, get him down.
The thing that annoys me about why we've been having this conversation, that wasn't even close. That wasn't even close. I'm like, who's traveling? What are y'all talking about?
Chuck.
It was traveling. He picked the ball up and took three steps. He picked it up and took 3 steps. I guess that's not traveling anymore.
Are you living in your basement, Doug, eating bonbons?
No.
Would you describe yourself as an incel?
Well, probably. But I know traveling when I see it, and you take 3 steps with the ball, it's traveling. There's a lot of times the guys travel. Sometimes just getting ready for a dunk. They shuffle their feet. They take 2 or 3 steps. Looks great, showy, but by the rules, it's traveling.
I was going to stay completely calm or completely silent there, but by the rules, it's not. That's what their point is
to
making.
Take more than 2 steps is not traveling?
That would be traveling.
2.5
but
is
it's
allowed?
Well, it's the gather. It's when you gather the basketball. That's kind of the contention. This is like super
nerdy,
like takey, but like the idea, like the gather is the thing, and that's what
he was
has people.
dribbling it.
I know, and then when you pick up the dribble, it's determining at what point have you picked up the dribble, and then you get 2 steps.
He took 3 steps. I'll have to see it in the rules where it says you can take 3 steps now.
Listen, brother.
You got listen, brothered. You got listen, brothered, sir.
Gene Steratore, rules expert for CBS, is the one who determined it was not a travel. And I'm going to side with the rule. That the name is rules expert, Doug. It's not rules. This isn't like a neophyte in the terms of rules. This guy is a rules expert.
Open your eyes, Steratore.
They pay him, and he said no travel. But it was close. I'm not going to. Charles said it wasn't
big
close.
TV. You don't want to wave that one off. I think he might have been in the pocket of big TV. You can't wave that thing off.
You're claiming this is big whistle?
Yes. Can't wave that off.
Doug, to your point, it was close. There's no doubt about it. To Charles saying it wasn't even close, that I disagree with. But I do not think it was.
You could go through games and find lots of traveling that's not called. If that's the way they want to play, that's fine.
It's a big rhythm. It's a rhythm call a lot. Like when it looks like when you're out of rhythm of the game, it certainly like travels get called more. When it's in rhythm, that gather step, which is huge.
I've seen videos they've put together of NBA traveling where guys are taking 4 and 5 steps.
There's some bad examples.
They don't even try anymore.
There's some bad examples.
It looks like 4th grade basketball where you just pick it up and run with it.
There's some bad examples. I can't defend that.
The Westbrook video.
No, that one's really bad.
Have you seen that, Doug?
There's a Westbrook.
He just has it on his hip and he walks up the
court. He just walked up to half court. Colin Sexton was going crazy.
And they never called it, right?
They did not call it in that case.
No,
but this is college hoops, a little different. Yeah, I personally don't think it was.
Do you think the fact the shot went in dramatic fashion, when they huddle, they're like, oh, we can't overrule him? Like, do you think that plays?
Well, I don't think you can review and then call it a travel after the fact.
So they cannot, seriously, after the fact, there's no
I don't believe you can. I don't believe there is.
So there was
in the
no
replay
recourse
rules.
at all. I think you're right.
I don't think in the replay you can go back
Or
and call
in the
travel.
moment, you say, "Oh, that was a good shot."
But that's the rhythm thing. Travel's a rhythm call, And if you look out of rhythm, you're going to often get called a travel. If you look in rhythm, you might get away with a
So it was
half a step.
It was a smooth travel, Doug.
It was a 3-step travel. And I prefer the refs to keep the whistle in their pocket down there at crunch time, especially with the game on the line. I don't want it always to be determined by free throws. But that's just the way the game has evolved, where guys get away with a whole hell of a lot more than they used to.
There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt that they do get away with a lot. Both.
Can you imagine if they would have waved it off and said he traveled right there at the
That's
end?
what I'm
All
saying.
hell would have broken loose, Martin.
Yeah, that would have been crazy. But I don't even think not even just for the principled reason of it. I've watched it in slow motion. It's really close, but I don't think he traveled.
Definitely a travel, pal. I thought you knew ball. What a joke. It's from a 618.
Again, you guys are going against rules expert Gene Steratore. That name says expert. The name says expert. Again, I want to reiterate that. This guy isn't doing this for fun. He's a rules expert. Damn right he's getting paid.
But he's an NFL expert, and now he's a college basketball expert.
He's a rules expert.
Rules expert.
So all things sport.
Mr. Discipline over here, I figured you respect somebody who's a rules expert.
What, just because they typed that under his name, rules expert, that means he's flawless?
And it's no typo either. EXPERT, expert.
The referees make some mistakes, too. They're supposed to be rules experts.
I know, but they don't. It doesn't say rule expert. Shout out to Mr. Steratore. Let's get him on.
You have to be an expert to be an
Next time I got a Monopoly question, call Gene Steratore.
Absolutely.
Rules expert.
Yes. Good for you, Martin.
Want Mike Pereira on? He'd come on.
He's also a rules expert, is he not?
Yeah. Well,
I'm a Steratore guy.
I don't think you've seen Mike Pereira farmed out to other sports other than football.
I think you're right on that, man. I think you're right on that.
You know he's Portuguese?
Back of the baseball cards.
Portuguese?
Like from Brazil or from Portugal?
Well, you'd have to be from Portugal to be Portuguese.
I guess you could speak Portuguese if you're from Brazil.
Yeah. Let's talk about it.
But to be Portuguese, you have to be from Portugal.
I would think so, yes.
I think his origins, his ethnicity is Portuguese. He's a fun guy.
Okay. Do you speak Portuguese? Do you speak any other language? I don't mean to say that
wow.
Because I don't.
Shout out CBC.
Because I don't. German speaks Spanish.
I had French in high school, and then I went to Marquette and switched to Spanish, and I was terrible at both.
Yeah.
You're stuck with one.
Doug, the Cardinals have announced the new menu items for the 2025 season.
Wonderful.
Let me know how many of these sound good to you.
Okay.
All right. The Cardinals Director of Fan Entertainment, Katie Brandenburg, is quoted in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch this morning and talking about how they want fans to feel like they're part of the show. There's going to be more player-centric signage, more interaction with Team Fredbird, drink and food specials before the game, an updated video board setup, and an in-house resident DJ. How about that, Jackson? Do you know who that is? Metro Boomin?
Yeah, Metro Boomin's going to stop recording.
Todd Thomas?
Multi-platinum album so he can DJ in Section 312.
There are 3 new hot dog combinations from the Outfield Grill. A barbecue brisket hot dog with fried onions. So you got hot dog and brisket and onions.
And onions.
Look at the back. Here comes the calorie Nazi.
Yeah, macro god.
I guess if you're super hungry, you could probably eat that.
Oh, wow.
And then a red hot sausage with peppers and onions.
That sounds good.
Okay.
And then a bacon cheddar bratwurst with sauerkraut and spicy aioli.
We're going to leave that one alone. So I don't want sauerkraut on anything.
I'm with you there, Doug.
I see you in the potty at about the 7th inning, pal.
The Slinger Dog, which is a 1/3 pound beef hot dog served on a bed of hash browns and topped with nacho meat and 2 fried eggs.
Fried eggs?
Oh, I'm going to leave that one alone.
You're not supposed to eat that in 90-degree heat?
Is available again this year.
Oh, yeah, they did have that last year.
Also at Ford Plaza is the new concession stand Intentional Walk.
Oh, that's a good one. I like
Intentional walk. That's probably better. Chinese food.
Where fans can find Asian-inspired rice and noodle bowls, dumplings, chicken egg rolls, bubble tea, Japanese beer, and, of course, General Tso's chicken and waffle fries. General Tso loved waffle fries.
I don't know that he did.
I got to say.
Call that one the Tim.
That one, of everything you've said, that one sounds pretty good right about now.
Behind local section 168, local Midtown restaurant Mayo Ketchup.
Fire.
Will be, excuse me, sir?
Fire.
Oh, is that right, Doug?
Yeah,
Fire.
mayo ketchup's really good.
Mayo ketchup?
Yeah. It's like Latin.
Mayonnaise and ketchup together?
What's the name of the restaurant?
Yeah, but they do have a lot of mayo and ketchup together. Empanadas.
Yes, serving Cuban sandwiches, beef and cheese empanadas, cheese arepas, and plantains.
Oh, I like plantains.
So
Really
that's
good.
going to be there. And then Crumble Cookie announced that it will be opening a stall.
A stall?
A stall.
That's what it says.
Like the Tushy booth?
And that will open in 2018 at the PGA Championship.
Yeah, off number 9. Tiger hit his
number
great
9,
shot.
Tough shot on the left side, OB. You got the bunkers on the right, and that's where they put the Tushy booth.
Yeah, what's a reward for getting up that hill?
So Crumble Cookie Doug is opening up a stall.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Sounds like it's in one of the restrooms.
We need a better choice of words there.
During the promotional giveaway games, the first 20,000 fans through the gates will receive free items. That will range from a pet toy, battery-operated neck fan.
A neck
Get
fan?
one of those.
If you have neck fat?
It's like a necklace that's a fan, so you can cool yourself off.
Redbird hat, bucket hat, player bobblehead, tumbler, or Barbie-inspired baseball jersey.
Ooh.
Theme nights include Harry Potter night, pickleball night, 80s night, Nurses Appreciation Night, Mizzou Night, Christmas in July. Those will be going on about 30 nights instead of the usual 64 nights. How about that?
Really? What's happened there?
I don't know. Cut back on the... Got Flo Rida. He's going to be playing on July 25th.
Sorry.
What are you...
No, sorry.
Why is Jackson laughing? Martin, why is Jackson...
Players don't ask to be overpaid. Then I said
What date's that on Florida?
July 25th.
There was a great show called Atlanta, made by Donald Glover, and Lakeith Stanfield in that show said...
Do you call him Childish Gambino?
Childish Gambino would be Donald Glover. Lakeith Stanfield's character said, "I love Flo Rida. Mamas need to like rap too."
Doug doesn't know why you're laughing.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Moms like rap too.
So
moms
you thought of that in your head and started laughing.
Moms
and
like
Tim
rap
asked you to
too.
share it with
Yes.
the dais.
Moms
And the
like
dais
rap too.
didn't really react that much.
No.
Doug
Don't know what he's talking about.
Moms like rap too.
A neck fan? Come on, Gersh, you can do better than that with the special projects. Some big tough.
Imagine, Doug, picture this. You're in the bleachers. It's about 94 degrees outside. Cardinal Day game. And the gentleman sitting next to you has a slinger dog, which is about a pound of beef and chili and 2 fried eggs next to you. What do?
And a neck fan.
And a neck fan.
What if your fingers get caught up in the fan?
Harry Potter garb.
Well, does Bachelor Baseball come with any of these side items? Does he offer up, as part of the,
like a voucher?
Part of the package deal?
If you're a single gentleman in St. Louis, you need to be at that nurses' night at Busch Stadium. I'm speaking from experience. Those female nurses get randy and are looking for sapphos.
Oh, do
That's
they?
Jackson's buddy, Sweet Kai.
Oh, is that who that is?
Is his fiance a nurse?
Yes, she's a travel nurse. That's why they're in.
She gets randy.
And looking for sapphos?
I don't know if he's speaking. Maybe, I don't know. I won't speak for Sweet Kai himself.
Was he just in town?
No, that was a. Is it bold face lie or bald face lie?
Doug,
it's bald.
I think it's bald. I don't know what that really means.
Cleanly shaven.
Okay, it's a cleanly shaven lie. He was not in town.
But he
why
said
was he texting it in?
I don't know. Yeah, I know. He's spreading mistruths.
Is the stadium going to have added insulin stations and up the amount of little rascal scooters to account for those unable to walk due to constant fried dough consumption being a lifestyle choice? Doug, that's Carlos Spicy Wiener wanting to know if they're going to be insulin stations.
They love the fans, not money.
And they're just not fooling around anymore. They're just serving up fried dough.
They do have those
We're not even
donut
trying to make
stands.
it taste good anymore. Here's some lard and fried dough.
Get back to your seat.
A bald-faced lie is a lie that is told boldly. That's not helping, right?
Yeah,
It's not
no.
helping.
Why don't we just...
People often ask, is it bald-face, lie, or bold-face? The current status of the trio of lie and liar descriptors is both bold-faced and bald-faced are used. Bald-face is decidedly preferred term in published and edited text. Bald.
Guys, what if a neck flap gets caught in the fan and Gene is in the pocket of the referees? Anyway, don't sneeze around the stove, fellas. That's advice for life. Thanks, and hashtag free perk. That's from the #1 Asian intern, Brian Henshin. You can be my number 2, Mr. Martin. That's from Brian Henshin, and he writes for the Indianapolis Star.
There you go, Martin.
He called you Martin.
CBC.
Yeah, CBC guys getting together.
Seems to have a lot of free time up there in Indianapolis.
I think his shift is late at night on the Pacers beat.
Okay.
That's right. I think that's
Covering Siakam.
That was sort of a list of the Jackson rules that he rattled off there.
Yeah, don't be careful when sneezing around. I have an electric stove now, though, so I'm a little more confident. Although I feel like it doesn't get hot enough.
Jackson Flowrider doesn't use explicit lyrics. That's from the STL Boy Dad.
See the song Blow the Whistle or Blow My Whistle or whatever it's called. Whistle.
Did he do a cover of Too Short?
No, it is a different.
You heard Flowrider's cover of Too Short?
It wasn't
Blow
Too
the
Short.
Whistle.
Blow the, not different song.
Boy, that is
Jeremy, you going to
catchy.
create a GIF of that?
Blow the Whistle. Gilly the Kid, Philadelphia
Gilly,
Eagles.
played by Kristen Wiig on Saturday Night Live.
See,
remember
but,
that Gilly? Don't you remember Gilly?
But Gilly the Kid,
Maybe if
the
I
rapper,
saw it.
podcaster, he was big with the Eagles crowd. He wore the big hats, and he would, whenever the Eagles would win, he would play Blow the Whistle by Too Short. So there's that.
Okay.
But Whistle by Flo Rida certainly has some entendres, maybe 2 of them. And so those saying he doesn't use explicit lyrics, maybe not that. But did you ever hear the song Low? You know, Boots with the Fur?
Not by
Yeah, I
Cracker.
heard that one.
Yeah, Apple Bottom Jeans.
Yeah, that's Flo Rida.
So, Doug, you will be in attendance on July 25th.
Maybe I will now. Yeah.
The bleachers are going to be full of sweaty fats in their affliction shirts, washing down the helmet nachos with crumble cookies from the stall. That's from Crestwood Coyote.
It just sounds like the restrooms are going to have places to go get food now, and one of the places has a stall.
Cookie stall.
A cookie stall.
I don't want to get my cookies in the restroom.
Reward yourself.
Maybe a kiosk would be a better term.
Booth.
You can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It comes your way in an hour. Buck Swope shut out to date in the month of March. I think today is his day. I still think he's going to wind up winning.
Has he sent you a telegram of late to complain?
No, I don't have one. I do not have
Any
one.
FedEx to the home, anything?
I do not have one today. I do not have
Love you,
one
Buck.
today. That is coming up in our 10 o'clock hour. This is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues hockey back in action tonight as they take on the Montreal Canadiens right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you wanted to hear Flo Rida? You got him.
Okay.
You know whose voice that is, Doug?
Flo Rida's.
Well, the woman.
Rida.
Fergie.
No.
That's a good guess.
I'll give you an initial. K.
K, that's Karen.
Karen, no. No.
K, that's the only initial?
Kimberly.
Kimberly, no.
Lil Kim?
Not Little Kim.
Second letter, please.
E.
Key, it's Carrie. It's Carrie.
No.
It's Catherine.
No, not Catherine.
Third letter, please.
$.
Kesha.
There you go.
Oh, see, that was easy.
Wow.
Kesha, what is she doing these days?
Probably not much.
She was huge there for a couple
I know,
years.
that's what I'm saying.
The aughts, the
Yes.
early teens.
TikTok was her song, obviously before the social media app. But yeah, she was quite big, and I don't think she does much anymore.
She went up to Jerry Seinfeld on the red carpet, went in for a hug, and Jerry Seinfeld denied her and had no idea who she was.
Yeah.
That was an all-time YouTube clip.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Well, if you're somebody that big, you don't want to get caught hugging someone you don't know, and pictures are taken.
He's also a germaphobe.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, he's not big into
germ play.
And then
germ
Jerry
play.
said to delete that video or he would ruin her life.
That's
Remember
exactly
when he said that?
Kesha taught a 2.5-week songwriting course called The Alchemy of Pop Music in early 2024.
Okay. She probably made a fortune on that song that was such a hit for, geez, it seemed like 2 years or so.
She's got a single coming out on opening day called Yippee-Ki-Yay featuring T-Pain, Doug.
Oh, my. And is that for the Cardinals?
I think it's going to feature the Cardinal Cowboy, actually.
Ooh, cats and dogs.
It'll be the theme song to Facilitate the Love.
Facilitate the Love.
Okay.
Which is going to be live at Ballpark Village on Thursday, as our listener who wanted to play Bachelor baseball is going to come down, and he is looking for a lady. He's now really gentlemanly. Lowered the age range that he is interested in, Doug, for his female companion to 42. So 42 to 62 is the age range. Doug is going to play host, and you're going to have a Gene Rayburn / Bob Barker / Drew Carey-like microphone.
Well,
and walk around the Shark Bar at Ballpark Village as TMA broadcasts live on opening day from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., followed by BK and Ferrario. It's all brought to you by General Pest Services, Rawlings, and Budweiser.
Thanks, Vin.
I'm just not sure how many girls will be there at 7 in the morning.
Zero.
Looking for a date.
Are you setting the over under at 0?
Going to be at Shark Bar at 7 a.m.
Even all the way up till 11. The game doesn't start till 3.
Right.
You got to get after it, Doug.
But to be fair, we're going to be there.
Yes, that kind of changes things.
And that does.
And I will be buying the winner and Mr. Bachelor a slinger dog on me.
Oh,
no, but they have to eat it. This is not
Can't just buy it for them.
Not a trophy dog. By the way, Kesha, there's a fun little fact.
Kesha.
Just real quick.
Is this on the dossier, too?
Yeah, I just added it. This is why we went the fluid one. Kesha stated that she was born with a 1/4-inch vestigial tail and quoted saying, I had a tail.
What's vestigial?
No longer needed. Like your what's it called?
Tail that
umbilical cord?
Your appendix is vestigial. We have it, but we don't need it.
Okay.
Pinky toe sort of thing. Kesha stated that she was born with a 1/4-inch vestigial tail and quoted to say, I had a tail when I was born. They chopped it off and stole my tail. I'm really sad about that story.
A 1/4-inch is barely a bump.
What? So she's mad at the doctor who cut off her tail?
She wants her tail back.
Tail calling.
But a 1/4-inch, you could barely even see it.
I'm reading here, man. She says she had a 1/4-inch vestigial tail.
Bachelor baseball, 42 to 61-ish and a tail.
With it, we'll accept with or without a tail.
Oh my goodness!
They took her tail.
You think humans need a tail?
No, it's why it's vestigial.
But Wouldn't it be kind of nice to have one?
No, I've actually often thought about this.
I'm sure you have.
I did.
Of
I was
course
thinking,
you have.
and like how it works with like race relations, where like if you had like a really nice fuzzy, fluffy tail, you could be viewed as like the upper crust, and those with like kind of thinner, kind of less aesthetically pleasing tails would be like the lower class people,
rodent-esque.
Because I was thinking
Lower
like
class.
if all things equal, like will we go off tail? You know, like when people have stereotypes on tails.
We kind of go off faces now.
Like, look at that. This guy's got a split tail, you know.
Oh, my.
You know, and yeah, that would be.
Martin Pete Rose had a rat tail when he broke the hit record.
So-
Correct. just a little thing shooting down.
You know,
that was an old money thing.
Like if you were balding, would you also have a bald tail?
Yeah, what if I just grew a tail? I continue to shave my head, but I just had a tail.
Yeah. There, I've seen that. Ed Harris was in a movie recently where he had no hair on top of his head, but he had, no joke, 8 inches starting from the back of his head to the top of his ears, all the way down past his ass.
So are we talking about a tail coming out of the back of your head
Ridiculous.
or one coming out of your rear end?
Probably. Well, I assume Kesha's was coming out of her tailbone region.
Right.
But you could also then just grow a tail with hair out of the back of your head. So
That'd
you
just,
test
be
it out.
long, that'd just be long hair. That wouldn't be a tail.
Yeah, you probably have to attach it to some like sort of broomstick or something.
I think my new handle is going to be, I missed onboarding for this. And what holiday is it? So this is the show, huh?
That banger. I gotta find that.
Hanger.
All right. I never thought much about human tails till now.
Did she need to share it, though? I mean, we talked about it, but I wonder why did she really need to share it?
I don't know. That's a pretty interesting story. Yeah. We're talking about it.
Guys, Jason Alexander had a tail in Shallow Hal. That's from the 314.
So did John Candy in Spaceballs, but he was a mog. He was a man dog, Doug. So he was a mog. He was his own best friend.
Okay.
And he had a tail, and it kind of kept knocking stuff over.
So this is the show, huh?
This is it.
The show, huh? The show, huh?
Doug, you want a prediction? Fine, I'll give you a prediction. This is from The Athletic. They have predicted this morning that Ali Marmol will lead Major League Baseball managers in ejections, and they also, this column, has Nolan Arenado hitting over 30 home runs because they have noted the increase in his bat speed during spring training. For the record, Sam Huff has the greatest increase in bat speed. Brandon Drury also up there. Didn't you want Brandon Drury? Didn't you want the Cardinals to bring on Brandon Drury? I feel like that was a thing a couple of years ago.
I was really into Dansby Swanson.
Dansby Swanson.
That's
Drury
what I
just
really
got
wanted.
released by somebody, didn't he? I think I read that he got
He's
released.
bouncing around. The player, if you went for a top 5 rotation, the best starters in spring training, and there is a stat now, Doug. I have a feeling you're going to have a problem with this, but you
probably
shouldn't.
will.
It's called Spring Stuff Plus.
Lord.
That's like the Vaughn index on steroids. What does that mean?
Spring Stuff Plus.
This is an actual metric?
It is an actual metric in this athletic column. Gavin Williams had 150 stuff plus.
Okay, let's stop
what's the
it right
scale?
now.
Hunter Green had 144. I don't know if you're going to want to draft him. I support him. I support it if you do. Garrett Cole had a 142 stuff plus, so you got to pick him up.
He's not even playing, is he?
Still had a 142 stuff plus.
Sounds like
How
giving
could
back
you
to
if you're not
community charity.
playing? How could you have Stuff Plus without playing?
Refers to a metric that evaluates pitchers based on the physical characteristics of their pitches, focus on velo, movement, and spin, while Spring Stuff Plus specifically refers to Stuff Plus data gathered during the spring.
Stop it now.
So it's just
Stop
Stuff
this.
Plus, but you find it during the spring.
So Stuff Plus exists, but you can add the spring element to Stuff Plus.
Right. It's just Stuff Plus that's recorded in the spring. It doesn't change the metric, I guess.
Just the word itself, stuff, is kind of weird for describing a pitcher. How's his stuff?
Stuff plus.
Stuff crust.
Guys, if Arenado hits 30-plus home runs, the Cardinals are at least a second-place ball club. How about that? It's in the 3 and 4. Don't you see that correlation?
It does look like Arenado's swing is a little different than it was last year. Last
faster
year,
according
he
to
had
these
kind of
metrics.
He had kind of a weird swing where he really brought his left arm way up high, his left elbow. It was kind of weird, different than he looked the last few
New
years.
hitting
too.
coach.
Yeah, maybe they got him back to his old way of swinging again.
And Jordan Walker's real high on him.
Victor Scott's
Browning.
swing sure looks different.
Yeah.
3-run bomb for Arenado at AutoZone Park last night,
right.
Doug. Last time a Cardinal homered at AutoZone Park, Marcelo Zuna hit it off Adam Wainwright, who was pitching from Memphis.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
That's a good fun fact.
Huh? Did you use that last night?
I
It
did.
sounds like two Fox
I
material.
did. Oh,
It
yeah.
did.
Michael Whitty, thank you. It was a Michael Whitty vehicle because he put out the game notes. And sometimes when you dig in on those game notes, Doug,
You get a nice little
like little
tidbit.
Easter eggs, kind of like Jackie's dossier. There's little Easter eggs in there.
Hey, guys, if Arenado hits 500 home runs this year, this club might make the playoffs. That's from Marsh's burner. He didn't like
fair.
the previous
It's
text.
fair, though. That'd be a big year for somebody.
Homer in at bat. That'd be
Just about.
about the pace,
every
right?
time up. Yeah.
Mo had a stall tactic answer last night. They asked him about Sonny Gray and his struggles. He said, am I worried about Sonny Gray's performance? No. As we sit here today, I think he'll go back to the pitcher he always was. And then later I saw Derek Gould's story that Sonny Gray had been under the weather or ill.
thrown around Busch Stadium.
And he was already at Busch Stadium, got there early. Good stall tactic, though. Oh,
yeah,
am
when
I
you repeat
worried
the question,
about
that is a textbook
it
stall tactic.
buys time for you to kind of do the mental Rolodex of, do I want to be honest or do I want to just say, he'll be fine?
Did anyone ask him about the cookie stall?
They did not.
Cookie stall at Busch
You know who
Stadium.
doesn't buy time or stall around is Seth Goldcamp.
Oh,
because he doesn't have to when he's out to take a look at your furnace or your air conditioner. His family's been doing this for a long time, since 1904. Fourth generation St. Louis business. You know they got to be good at what they do if they've been around that long. You know, we're about 1 degree removed from knowing everybody in St. Louis. And if you get good service, you tend to tell other people. If you get bad service, same thing. But with Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, it's always good, and that's why they've been around for so long and have served over 10,000 customers in, since 1904 when they started. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, best known for their honesty and going above and beyond. I've had Seth and a couple of his workers out to my house over the years. They just do fantastic work. They're quick in and out. It's a great thing to go for the maintenance. Don't wait till something breaks before you need them. Call them. They'll come and service your air conditioner or your furnace. Never upsell you. They'll give you exactly what you need, and just that. They take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. The website is designairservice.com.
That's right. Design Air, sponsor of our email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented by Brian Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Still the best.
This is your favorite?
Still the best song we have.
I'm kind of partial to the Royals remix. Not the baseball team, of course, but the song by Lord. Yeah.
This one needs to be updated about every year.
Yeah, they probably could.
Yeah, you should, because it is catchy. Catchy.
Younger Bird's kind of shooting up the list quick.
I would say that's at the very top of the list.
Well, but I'm not sure anyone will ever top this. Just, it makes you want to dance. I can't keep my feet from dancing.
I see that down below the dais. Those feet are just going like the Dickens.
They are. Look at me.
This is my favorite part. This is so good.
Hey, Doug, it's happening.
I know. Love this tune.
They actually do have John Jay.
They do.
See?
It doesn't need updating.
What's old is new again.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurtz slides into the dais for Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:50. Missed anything? You can always go back and watch it on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL, or you can podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. James Carlton is a longtime sponsor on TMA and the sponsor of Gabe DeArmond's appearances here on the program. Colonel and I are doing the Mizzou Quarterback Club. I think that's a week from today. Is April 1st a week from today? I'm crowdsourcing.
Yes, that would be...
At, Llewellyn's in Webster Groves, right by James Carlton's offices, if I'm not mistaken. Colonel said he might forget, and I said, let me tell you something. If you forget and they only get me...
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
That's exactly what it's going to be. A big problem.
And you'd have to give like an hour presentation on the Mizzou football season next year?
I think my approach might be different than what they're looking for. In other words, they'd like information.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's just not my thing.
You're a vibes guy.
You're going to want to talk about yourself.
What else would I talk about?
Yeah, nothing else makes sense.
Thank you. James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. He's been my insurance agent for 6 years. He does a wonderful job. 415 five-star reviews on Google. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Doug, you say Luken Baker is a delightful gentleman?
Seems like it, yeah.
And he made the club, and he's going to hit 30-plus home runs. What are you going to do in the first round when the Southside Seamen take Luken Baker tonight in our fantasy draft?
Well, I don't think he'll get to 30 home runs because I don't think he'll get the chance to play, as he should.
Well, here's what Ali Marmol had to say.
Okay.
Yeah, he's played a lot of games here, and he's earned the spot to be on the big league team opening day. And that's to his credit, man, because he did a lot defensively to improve there and spend a lot of time offensively. This is a guy that's not just a power hitter, he's a complete hitter. I mean, controls the strike zone, uses the whole field, and can hit it a long ways. So to his credit, man, he's earned every bit of being on that big league roster.
There you go.
I would think, after 2 monstrous years at AAA, I would think he's earned a spot.
Still don't know where he's going to play.
I don't think he'll get to play very much.
Yeah, DH and I guess pinch hit certain situations.
I guess he'd be the likely DH against lefties, unless Herrera becomes a DH and they play Pies.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, I think Pies is going to get the lion's share of the starts at catch.
I don't think so.
Doug
I bet Herrera would catch more.
Out for this Thursday's home opener.
Okay.
It's a coin flip. Cardinals and Twins both minus 110. That is the number, and the over-under is 7.5. 7.5.
Okay.
I think I might need to fire on the over.
The Twins are trotting out Pablo Lopez.
Yeah.
Cardinals, obviously, with Sonny Gray.
Twins were 82 and 80 last year. Cardinals, 83, 79.
Take that.
Yeah.
Doug Baker was overmatched in the majors last year. Stop.
He wasn't. How do you know if he doesn't get to play every day like everyone else? How do you know? And if you think he's going to be overmatched, if he tears it up at AAA, and you think he's not a major league player, why do you still have him? Why is he taking someone else's at bats?
I'm with you. I want to see him get in there more. I just feel they got like 4 guys who they're like, well, we'll DH him. It's like, well, you can only have 1.
Yeah.
And
Well, I suppose he'll move him around.
But I also like that. I think it's at this age better for him to just be in the major league roster than just keep grinding away at AAA.
Oh yeah, he's 27 or 8 now.
Yeah.
Hey, Nub here.
Nub?
Can you get me in contact with that lady that messaged you about missing me? I really need a body. That's from Nub.
Knock it off, Nub.
Doug, what
I
am
think
I
they're
reading?
texting
Not
our
your
show.
message service.
I'd love to know who that text was supposed to go to. Oh,
That lady that messaged you about missing me. I really need a body. Stop it, Nub.
I think it's a meta text. I think maybe they're talking about Kesha's nub.
Kesha's no, or like her tail, her vestigial tail.
It was removed.
It
right?
was. It
So
was.
there's a nub.
Well, I don't know if there's necessarily.
And now
a
it
nub.
needs a body. The nub is texting in.
Okay.
And then in the
oh, gotcha. The nub of the tail. Oh, that's creepy.
and then in the YouTube chat, which of course is sponsored by Michelob Ultra, somebody is asking somebody else if they are Ella Reese's niece.
What in the world? Put down the phone and stop texting us with that kind of stuff.
Ella Reese's niece. Or her knees. But I don't know. Niece.
It's niece.
It does say niece.
Good morning. The Cardinals roster is awful. Thanks. It's from the 314.
Well, we'll see.
Depends what context you're looking at.
We'll see.
Some upside. Not much.
If they have a somewhat decent year, they're really going to shock a lot of people. It seems like the whole world's expecting them to just be horrible.
Yeah, that is accurate.
Don't you think it's more of a rotation thing than it is necessarily lineup?
Probably.
No, I actually disagree with you on that.
I don't think the rotation looks that great.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
I think it's both.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say if I was like to
I
lean
agree
one
the
way.
rotation would look worse, but the issue also is the
Yeah,
lineup.
right.
I mean, you have to have virtually everybody be more than they've been, minus I suppose Arenado and Contreras, because you're betting on the come, so to speak, with a bunch of guys who have in most cases been around but just haven't done it yet consistently.
Right. Yeah, one could say the upside of the lineup roster is higher.
But that's kind of like going 0-18 in the SEC and saying, well, they improved. You know what I mean?
Right.
That if you're low, then there's only one place to go.
Well, I can spin.
Oh, are you rights holding?
No. I tried that last year, and it didn't really
You
pay.
did. Yeah, Jackson started out the season holding rights. It was an odd thing.
It didn't really pay dividends.
I don't know what that was about. I remember we were doing balloon party. And I was like, what was that? What are you doing here?
I had like a wave of optimism flow through me, like a ribbon of it flow through me.
That's okay, though.
And like a parasite, I spat it out.
The only Cardinal memory I have of you from last year is when you were cheering that late inning home run by the Giants that hit your over.
That was 2023.
Oh, that was 2 years ago.
The one that beat the Cardinals.
Against the Giants.
Wow,
Yep.
Doug.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Not your best moment.
It was a good hit.
Came right at us.
Team.
It did. It went right above us. Yeah.
Guys, the Cardinals might fool us. For example, I thought Doug was going to be a bad kisser, and it turned out he's incredible at it. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic.
Oh, that's a gentleman. Oh.
But I mean, that gives you an idea of like how things can turn.
Things turn around in a hurry. That's for sure.
Screw the Cardinals. Let's go Blues. Mo's lost me as a fan. I'm not watching any more games for a while. Let's talk Blues hockey. Maybe if Jackson watches more, he can name more than 10 players. It's from the 314. There you go. Blues l'habitant tonight.
People were impressed by my.
You did. You
11.
rattled off it without even naming the captain.
Braden Shen.
Right.
Yeah.
Will you be watching Blues l'habitant tonight?
Blues Canadiens tonight.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What was that noise?
I heard some kind of noise.
Well, do I have to answer this one?
Yes. What else is on?
Yeah, what else is on?
Oh, I can find something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where the chips fall.
You might want to watch that documentary on the Joplin tornado. I saw that.
I watched that.
I watched it too.
Yeah, it's very good.
You guys all watched it?
We did.
We got together and
we got together.
Jeez. This is the way I find out.
We had a big party.
Just to watch a tornado documentary?
All the guys fellas from the show got together and had a big party.
All the fellas from the show. Okay. Well, we'll see. I don't know.
Okay. So that's what you're going to do tonight. You're going to watch the Netflix Joplin Tornado special.
Here's how I'll spin it. The Blues are red hot. There's no denying that. And I haven't watched a single game of this hot streak, so I feel if I am to watch it, I could be the mush, and I don't want to do that.
The mush?
Yeah, I could be the one that brings this winning streak, this hot streak to a halt, and I don't want that on my conscience.
That's silly superstition.
So I'll just rewatch a certain scene of White Lotus 3 or 4 times.
What scene is that?
Yeah, what do you got? What shot? What scene?
Are you up to date?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, sometimes brothers like to lend a helping hand.
Sometimes brothers like to lend a helping hand.
Yeah. And I think it's good. I think it's good stuff. We'll see.
Brothers?
What do you think he meant by that?
Canadians have good sweaters, so that's a plus.
No, they'll be white.
You don't like that. You prefer the teams to come in their team colors.
Horrible mistake by the NHL to have visiting teams come in all wearing the same white jerseys.
I think I'm with you on this one.
Guys, the Blues game might be hard to find since it's on Matrix Midwest. Is that true?
Oh,
yeah, I thought
no.
But I thought it was also, like, anytime they do that, I thought it was also available.
I see ESPN Plus.
ESPN Plus?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have that. I still gotta watch more of that Celtics documentary, that docu-series.
I would recommend that.
The Celtics City one.
That is recommended.
Yeah. I still have an episode left.
Tatum got hurt last night.
Yeah. Joe Mazzulla, of course, is confident he'll be all right. But yeah, he did go down in a heap last night.
John Kelly just tweeted out 2 minutes ago. Join us tonight for this huge game against Montreal on Matrix Midwest or Victory Plus.
Victory Plus, yeah. I read about that on Friday. I read that on the show.
Matrix is Channel 4. You'll be able to see that.
Yeah, no doubt. The access is not the barrier to entry here.
Oh, you're just not interested.
No, that's not what I said. I want to keep the hot streak alive, and I don't want to be the mush.
That's silly superstition.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
I'm as superstitious as it gets.
Okay.
I changed shirts in the middle of the live stream because I wasn't like the mojo I was getting in the Mizzou polo I was wearing. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Well, I hope you're not superstitious with your taxes. If you are,
not when I'm working with Mark Milton, I'm not.
Right. He'll take care of any kind of problem you have with the godforsaken tax man. Maybe you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation, and you've really got some issues. If so, you should contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. He'll get you taken care of. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark does work right here in St. Louis. He helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. This is a guy who won the Department of Justice Outstanding Trial Attorney Award when he worked for the IRS in D.C., so he knows the stuff. He's one of the leading lawyers in this field in the country. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Guys, Doug Jackson is choosing to watch an incest shower scene over one of the best teams in hockey. That's from the 618.
It's just disappointing.
It wasn't a shower.
What was it?
What do they call it on a boat? Like a stateroom, like a cabin?
I'm a meat and potatoes guy. I've never been on a boat in my life outside of the Staten Island Ferry.
And a pontoon. Yeah, I think it was like in a stateroom of a yacht.
And these were brothers?
I don't want to spoil anything.
Well, I wish you would, because if it was brothers, I'm going to make sure I never see this thing.
I mean, I don't know.
This is what you told the audience that you recommend they watch instead of the Blues.
I didn't say they had to watch anything. I'm just, like crushing game tape, We only have 2 episodes left.
Doug, you know what I just saw from our friend of the show, Jeremy Rutherford?
What?
Colton Parayko out on the ice this morning at Morning Skate.
Really?
You bring him back?
That'd be great.
If he can?
Well, if it's the first time he skated, he probably won't.
Well, not tonight, but just, I like the mojo, the way things are going.
Yeah? Well, he's probably the best you got, so when he's healthy, he's back in there.
Don't rush him back.
No, don't rush. They were saying maybe for the playoffs originally, and that's, almost a month away. The fact that he's out there skating now, that's great news.
Spoiler alert, Jackson. Some of us haven't watched Sunday's episode. That's from Bobby Tejas.
I didn't say anything. Doug's the one who keeps grilling me to say stuff, and I won't. I just said,
well, you brought it up.
Well, Tim asked, what would I watch instead?
Right.
And he suggested brothers lending a helping hand.
Shower scene.
There's no shower scene. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's worse than that.
Oh, no.
It's TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawk fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2020-2025 season. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their delicious, famous hand-breaded chicken strips, 2 sauces. I like the Chipotle Ranch. I dip both the chicken tender in the Chipotle Ranch, and I'll take an order of those potato wedges and put that in the Chipotle Ranch too. It's pretty tasty. Plus, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawk tickets. With this deal, Battlehawk game tickets start at just $14. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. You can get the Battlehawks box in store or by ordering online on Lee's new super easy to use mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
this, Doug?
This isn't Zamfir on the pan flute, is it?
Mm-mm. Mel Torme. Haunting, isn't it?
Mel Torme, Doug.
Is that who that is?
He will be joining us from Ballpark Village.
Oh, he's been gone for
Trying to get in
years.
the dating game.
On Thursday. I got a message from one of the people in our promotions department during the commercial break, and I think you were on the email, Jackson, that the Bachelor has left him a voicemail now.
Yeah, he left me one too.
Oh, really? What did he say?
He was just wanting to know when and where to be on Thursday.
Well, that's reasonable.
Sure. I like his punctuality. And
101 ESPN's broadcasting from Ballpark Village Shark Bar, and Doug is hosting Facilitate the Love with the gentleman giving away an opening day ticket, great seats to a lady in between the ages of 42 and 62.
Okay.
And he said he was with shoes, 6 feet tall, 175 pounds, 57 years old. And he's been told he looks 10 years younger.
Long-time Air Force veteran.
romantic dreamer.
Yeah. I got to tell you, sounds like he has his act together.
It
Seems
does.
like a good guy.
Sure.
I think this is a nice catch for somebody. And you can participate in Facilitate the Love. Doug Vaughn's Facilitate the Love.
It's not mine. I'm not facilitating
I will be
anything.
working on a graphic for that over the next day and a half.
And that'll take place at the Shark Bar. What do you think we do that? Around 10 o'clock? That's the hour for love.
Yeah,
The 10
that's
o'clock
what we
hour has
thought.
always been for love.
I've always described it, and I might even put it in the dossier going forward as the hour of love.
Yeah. Opening day broadcast on 101 ESPN, presented by General Pest Services, Rawlings, and Budweiser. So, Doug, facilitate the love with our Bachelor of Baseball.
If this works out for some lucky lady, she can hone in on his veterans benefits. Because those are pretty nice.
What do you think the outfit's going to look like for our guy? Relaxed denim.
Probably so. Probably a Cardinal jersey, maybe.
Yeah, but of a player who's no longer on the team.
That'd be fine.
Ludwig.
Maybe a jersey.
Yeah.
Like a Ludwig jersey.
But faded.
47.
Tivas. That's a good look.
I don't know. But I would think a guy like that wouldn't have any trouble meeting someone. He lives in a small town, so he just doesn't see a lot of people.
Yeah, I think there might be an exposure thing, you know? Good to get out there where the people are.
Show himself off a little bit.
No shot to our friends in the Metro East.
Tori Holtzfinger is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat giving out recipes. Take the toast, cut it in half to make a bun, insert the chicken, and douse in the sauce. That's from Tori Holtzfinger.
Is that how it works?
Is he just talking about making a chicken sandwich?
I think so.
I think I can figure that one out.
But he's describing in nice detail how to make the bun.
The bun? Yeah.
Didn't he say cut the bread in
That
half?
sounds like open face. And open face sandwiches, don't be fooled by that. That's a conspiracy. Open face sandwich is nonsense.
Why?
You're going
less
after Tori
carbs.
Holtz.
Yeah. No, it's someone saying
Finger.
we'll give you half the bread. Nonsense. Don't even open face sandwich.
Well, I guess you could always make it open face if you wanted it that way, so you might as well take the bread.
Yeah. I'm out on open face sandwiches.
Okay.
Percy Blumpkin is also in the YouTube chat as Tori Holtzfinger is giving out recipes, and he says, Tim, sneak the kind gentleman from Mascuda a few Blue Chew. That's from Percy Blumpkin.
I don't know if that's going to help him. Make it really uncomfortable to eat that slinger dog.
And now Tori Holtzfinger's not happy with Jackson Burkett. It's not open face, damn it, Jackson.
What is it? You're just talking about how to make a chicken sandwich in the YouTube chat of a sports show? What kind of nonsense is that? Douse it in what?
Souse.
Oh, does he think people don't know how to put chicken on bread? Toast it?
Listen here, the guy's just giving out a PSA on sandwiches, and you're sitting here bashing him. I'm not going to sit here for it.
He's not Bobby Flay because he put a chicken breast on toast.
Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. It's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it does not stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire, safety, and security. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Montreal Canadiens right here on 101 ESPN. The pregame will start at 6 p.m. The puck drops at 7 p.m. This is another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais when Martin Kilcoyne bolts in the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. BK and Ferrario coming your way in 11 minutes here on 101 ESPN. And friends have gathered in the YouTube channel, and that's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the TMA YouTube chat. Doug, the Blues lineup is out for tonight per Jeremy Rutherford. No Dalibor Dvorsky this evening.
Okay.
Sundquist back in the lineup, the projected lineup: Neighbors, Thomas, Bolduc, Holloway, Shen-Kairu, Texier, Sundquist, Joseph, Toropchenko, Faksa, and Walker. And I know you call that the WTF line, but you also say Faksa has some...
He's got some sandpaper in his game.
There you go. There you go. Fowler, Letty, Broberg, Falk, Suter, Tucker, and your netminder is Jordan Binnington.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
So not back and forth, more 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. So
Well,
that sets the stage for Hofer to go in Nashville on Thursday. If they
that
are
makes sense.
relatively consistent with this process down the final stretch of 10.
The last 8, it's been every other game.
No Dvorsky tonight, and the thought process is pretty tough to just put him in there if it is not absolutely necessary. And with Sundquist back in, he is out. But of note, no number 89 yet again. Have to think that goes back to that hit in Nashville last week. Don't you think?
Probably so, yeah, because he's obviously a key piece to the puzzle. You'd want him in there tonight if he's all able to play at all.
So that is concerning. I think a lot of fans were looking forward to seeing Dvorsky out there this evening, but he is not.
But Sonny's a grinder, and he's not afraid to pet the cat the wrong way.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I was on overpass.
He's not afraid to pet the cat the wrong way. He'll upset some few apple carts.
I have to tell you, he's not afraid to pet the
cat the wrong way. Oh, he'd take a slap shot to the face for this team.
He would be happy to.
So would you, though.
I would not. No.
Think that would end you?
Keith Kachuk said he regretted doing that.
Off of Osher. Hey, Osher. Jackson will not be watching the game tonight. He is watching a repeat of about 5 minutes from Sunday night's White Lotus, just on loop. So that is, so you won't be able to get Jackson Burkett's insight.
Sometimes you think you know somebody, and then you hear something like that, and you're not so sure.
Yeah, I'm getting the deviant cut. Just it's like just 12 straight minutes of deviance.
What sort of deviance are you talking about?
Yep. Not going to spoil anything.
Hey, guys. Anybody else remember when Doug wanted to trade Binner chicken dinner? That's from Big Tuft.
He had a rough stretch there. And I thought they might when they were going nowhere, and they had I don't know what he makes, $6-8 million a year, goalie, and his backup ready to go, ready to become number one. I thought they might there for a while.
Yeah, but you've been the one saying if they can just get hot, they can win this baby.
Well, now, they can turn around.
Yeah, they can win a baby.
Turned around big time after the Four Nations.
Jackson, would you watch the Blues in the playoffs? Should that happen here in about 3 weeks instead of Patrick Schwarzenegger and his brother?
Yeah, Mike Kennedy. Yes, absolutely. I love playoff hockey.
Do you?
Love's a strong word. I really...
right there, you catch it. So it's like Kevin Nealon and Mr. Subliminal. You got to catch everything with this guy.
Well, Doug is the purveyor of love, and so I don't want to misstate my emotion. It's more of entertained. I'm entertained by playoff
I would hope so.
Okay.
I mean, imagine a week in which you've got the Masters and you got playoff hockey.
Cardinals underway.
The Battlehawks?
Battlehawks. That is, boy, too many has a real smorgasbord there. Yes, I'm fired up. Let's go Note. Win this baby. I want them to play.
What if you get
Winnipeg?
tickets? Would you go to a game?
Yes, 100%.
What if you had to pay for the tickets?
Nope.
It's like there's truth serum.
Like the Wonder Woman's truth lasso. I'm not gonna lie to the audience. Yeah. Would you prefer I lie?
It's honesty in media. It's honesty in media. Mentality, local healthcare facility specializing in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment's tailored to your body. They also offer FDA-approved testosterone therapy with semaglutide and targeted fat while maintaining muscle. Energy can come roaring back, belly fat can burn off, muscle can strengthen, and you can feel like yourself again, confident, driven, and ready to tackle life. It's Mentality. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Do not let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. It is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. JV golf coach in a position to clinch today. Buck Swope shutout in the month of March. Unbelievable. The drama, Doug, as we head down the stretch.
Okay, the drama is just I never thought I'd see such a thing.
I know, sure. Happy Tuesday, lads. I haven't used voicemail in 5 years. I don't leave them, and I don't listen or attempt to transcribe them. If it's important, we are in the generation of leaving a text with the pertinent information. Matt Holliday couldn't have been more wrong yesterday. Youngry Birds is the catchiest tune on the airwaves. Just because Jackson and Ethan's dad didn't have a Rodgers and Hammertoe during his time with the Redbirds, don't stifle the voice of Victor Scott's generation.
What the hell's Ethan's dad?
Matt.
Ethan Holliday.
Oh, God bless America, Jackson.
Cut that off. The Blues are going all the way. Eye of the tiger, dong of a horse, take no prisoners, show no remorse. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny, Doug.
Oh. My cousin Vinny.
I recently found a box of old Cardinal ticket stubs that I had saved. Some tickets even featured handwritten notes if something big happened. Albert's 1,000th RBI. Freeze, walk-off winner with Dad. Shelby Miller, 27 consecutive outs. A few things stand out to me. One, how little I care about Cardinal baseball now.
Oh.
I lived and died with every single pitch, but it just doesn't matter to me anymore. Two, how awesome those early 2000s teams used to be. I never left the house without wearing my Cardinal hat, and I'd see a bunch of people in red shirts and hats all around the city, even on non-game days. Strangers would say, "Go Cards," as we pass each other on the street. Now you're more likely to spot someone wearing a Chiefs jersey as you try to avoid being T-boned by a dirt bike running a red light downtown. Not long ago, we were enthralled by the chase for 700 home runs and the excitement of October baseball. Now we're hoping Marmol has what it takes to lead the league in ejections, and the local sports talk shows are trying to help a random guy trick some poor woman into a blind date. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, good morning. I'm a 57-year-old male seeking a 42 to 61-year-old living, breathing female. Well, that's good.
Mm-hmm. That's nice. He's healthy.
Preferably without a dong tucked between her legs to join me to get it lit up in the middle of a weekday and watch mediocre baseball. They're good seats down in section 138, so you'll have a great view of the Cardinals' $85 million catcher/DH trying to play first base. I don't have any tats yet, but after 3 or 4 Zimas, I'll be down to get a backwards MLB logo tramp stamp, Colby Rasmus style. If you're interested, send a pic of your FUPA along with the results of your most recent STD tests to Negril111 at AOL.com. Doug, that comes from Buck Swope, and there's a picture. The gentleman is
Buck Swope.
Very attractive.
Send a picture.
Yeah.
Okay, nice, Buck.
Very attractive gentleman.
Buck Swope.
That's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Okay, well, today all 3 were pretty good, but I'm going to go with Buck Swope. Buck Swope.
I like the JV golf coach's walk down memory lane.
Oh, did you?
I don't think Buck can be denied. Buck Swope.
Buck Swope has just won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. His first win in the month of March. And, Doug, this guy is dangerous.
Well, he was due. He had sent in several that were good this past week or so and never really got that win that he was hoping for. So it's nice to see him get it again.
This might be what propels him.
It could very well. If he can just get hot.
He can win the baby?
He could, yeah.
Actually, I think mathematically he can't.
Probably not. So it doesn't matter if you get a hot buck. Sorry.
JV golf coach continues to lead with 6 wins. BK and Ferrario coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.